2, 1, action.
Good morning. Welcome to the Hendrick Hutchinson Board of Education regular meeting. Today is March 21st, 2026. Can I ask for a motion to open the meeting?
Motion to open the meeting.
Second.
All in favor? May we all please stand for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can I ask for a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion. Second.
All in favor? And that moves us right into our presentation.
Amelia, can you just announce that the executive session was canceled?
Please note that the executive session that was proposed for 8 a.m. has been canceled. And that moves us into our presentation.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning to our Board of Education members, our administrative team, and any of our community who's in the audience for the most enjoyable and fun day of the year when it comes to board meetings. This is our annual line-by-line budget review, where we take thoughtful time to dive into the specific numbers of our proposed budget. And I know that it's the line by line, but this is still a working budget and draft process. The budget will not become final until the board does, and we'll go into a timeline in a second here, will not become final until the board adopts it on April 7th, at which time we will talk about that later in the process there. Greg, if we go to the next slide, just a reminder of our mission, because we always say that a budget is not simply, I always say, a budget is not simply a balance sheet with expenses and revenues. It is expression of our educational values for our students that we ground in our mission. So I always want to start this. So, because when we get into numbers, when we get into talking about making our best thoughtful choices with the information we have, this mission can sometimes get lost. And I always want to make sure that we're grounded in this, as I know every board member here and every administrator who's helped put together this budget feels strongly that our mission is effective when lived out as supporting our students. Greg, if we go to the next slide, real quick agenda before the agenda. It's not the meeting before the meeting, but the agenda before the agenda. We do have a detailed agenda about our line-by-line process, and the reason why we do that is that there's anybody in the community who has a specific area of our budget they want to come. We give them approximate times to be able to sit and listen. But first of all, I'm going to, after I go through this boring part, I will welcome and try to frame the day the best we can. We will look at our detailed line-by-line agenda and budget book updates. We do have some changes to the budget book. And just a note about that, if the community is wondering when they will get to be able to see the budget book, this is still a draft budget. It's a proposed budget into budget development. It will not be final until it is adopted, as I said, and then we will provide hard copies of the budget book at various schools throughout the district and also at the library. So we'll take some time to make sure that we provide some updates to the board on some items that needed to be revised before we do begin the day. We will have an opportunity, as always, to review our parameters and discuss long-term financial planning considerations. We will, of course, go through our line by line, and then we'll have some time on our initial ballot proposal, just so that everybody is aware of what we may be looking at when we do have our ballot proposal. And the voters will actually get their first inclination of what they should see on the ballot. So, Greg, next slide, please. I'm going to stand up for this next part. When we talk about our budget, the owl sees me wherever I go, right? So I can't hide from it. Okay. When we talk about our budget development process, you have been in the throes of this since December. So I know that it sometimes feels like we have a finality coming. We have to make certain decisions. We are still in our budget development process, board, and this is a process. If you remember all the way back to December, we talked about initial budget thoughts and what we consider to be our main budget drivers. In other words, those expenses that really are forcing where we might need to go with this budget. I'll stand over here, sorry. We have now come to our line by line, which will help dive into details of what our best thoughts are when this budget book was printed, which was on Monday. And so before we even begin, I want to take a moment to recognize not only our entire administrative team who's joining us on this fun Saturday. It's a mandatory day of fun. So thank them for being here and all their thoughts in the process and work in the process, but also our cabinet, but specifically Jill Figuerella and our business office team, Maura Bistro. Jill, who else needed a cot last night?
No, the whole business office is busy, so doing our day-to-day, but Maura and I were there late last night, so, yeah.
So thank you for that. Thank you to Maura. I know it's a lot of work. We have a responsibility to provide the board and thereby the community the most accurate information that we know of at the time, and we will always strive to do so. We may not have everything that we always need at that particular time, but we will get it to you. We promise that. Once the board adopts the budget, it will become the Board of Education proposed budget, leading to the community vote on May 19th, 2026. The community will also be asked to vote on a number of different propositions, which we'll review, but a reminder at this time, as I always do, when we talk about transparency in school finance, this is the physical manifestation, the early morning physical manifestation of budget transparency, this line by line. Because the board adopts and the community votes on, for approval or not, a funding amount, a dollar amount. When people say, we want to know what's in the budget, all of our presentations and specifically this day shows what makes up that final dollar amount. So that's key. The community does not vote on budget code 2630-400, which we all know belongs to Vinita, right? They don't vote on that. They vote on the specific dollar amount, which in part is made up of 2630-400. Not that much. We'll talk about that, right? Yes. She even said it, Boski. So just a reminder, the community votes on the proposed budget amount, not these individual codes. These individual codes tell the story of how that large amount, or that amount, I don't want to say large, it's perspective, that amount is developed. Next slide, please, Greg. If you'll allow me to go on a little bit of a story to help frame the day. I didn't sleep much last night. And it's not because I'm nervous about this board meeting, because this is probably, I've done 30 line by lines in my life, which means you probably are, I don't have a life. So, but I've done that many line by lines. And it's not because my wife and I started binge watching Landman, which, holy cow, never understood a show that good. If you're at home watching, ask your parents' permission. It's a little mature, so don't do that. It's not because my daughter has night terrors, which she does, and she was up for an hour. And if anybody has any insights on how to solve that, I'm all ears. My parenting style apparently doesn't work, just telling her it's all okay and go back to bed so daddy can sleep. It doesn't really work. And it's not because I had to get up early this morning. I had the wonderful opportunity this week to be at Furnace Woods Elementary School for my residency. I got to be with kids. I slapped over probably 400 hands and gave high fives. So yes, I will be getting sick next week, but that's okay. I was able to go into classrooms. I was able to see kids in action. I was able to see kids excited about being in school. I was able to see dedicated, caring teachers hone their craft, work to support children. I saw support staff provide a fantastic chicken Alfredo. I saw kids excited to go to lunch, excited to the possibility of outdoor recess, and then their hopes and dreams dashed when it was indoor recess just because of the weather. In short, I saw the general supportive, warm, welcoming, engaging school environment that we want out of our schools and the staff who works there. It was such a wonderful week. Juxtaposed to today, knowing the dedication that this Board of Education puts into the thoughts and the decisions that they have to make. I was able to see the results of thoughtful decisions by this board and previous boards into action. And what kept me up was the fact that I know how much this board cares and how much this board puts into these decisions. And so today, I wanted to remind us of the fact, the reality that we face. And I hope you know me well enough, and I hope my team knows me well enough to know my leadership style is not a blame game. It's very easy to blame somebody else. So in every approach that I take to leadership, I always try never to blame other people or people who sat in previous chairs before me or people who sat in different chairs, because I don't know the context. But I have racked my brain to try to find a way not to blame the situation that we are in, on the decision to shut down Indian Point Energy Center, regardless of what we say in terms of should it stay open, should it not stay open, not the shutdown itself, but blame the fact that there was not clear-cut decisions put in place for the long-term financial health of this school district and the children we serve. And that is what kept me up, that we now are faced with how we address that. And I know how thoughtful this board is and how much you care about the same children and the children in all the schools that I went and visited today. And I just wanted to remind you of that. You take your job very seriously. I see that day in and day out, evening in and evening out. And you want to get this right. And there is no, if you were here when I was hired and we were talking about another decision, I said there is no right answer. And somebody who tells you that there's a right answer is blowing sunshine up your nose. There is no right answer today. There is our best answer to how we can try to move through this crisis. So that's what today is. And to further go into that, here is what we are faced with. You have 25% of our revenues were lost when Indian Point shut down. A budget is just like your home budget. You have revenues and expenses. In a school district, we are mandated to balance that budget. If my wife goes over our budget at home, we just figure out, I hope she's not watching, we just figure out how to make up for that. Here, we are bound by law to balance our budget, especially in the proposal phase. We have to present a proposed budget. So if we know we lost 25% of our revenue, we have to figure out how to make that up on the expense side or increase our revenues. I have sat at many a meeting with you and with many of our team gathered here today advocating for people to help us on the revenue side. We are at a point where we cannot, for this next year, cannot count on any of that coming through. So that puts us in a further situation of looking at how we can address that. Without federal, state level fiscal support, we will have to look at these three variables. Do we cut costs? And when we say cutting costs, that means because the district has made smart financial choices leading up to this date, knowing of the shutdown of Indian Point, if we cut anything, we will be cutting our major expense drivers, which would be primarily staffing. And if you cut staff, that impacts students because our staff delivers the program. We also would have to look at our use of reserves, which our current situation is this. No matter what we do, no matter how well we manage the balance between cuts, reserves, and expenses, we will run out of the reserves that we have this year on the books in 3 to 4 years. And also, we have to look at the other variable that we need to consider, the local tax levy. All these three ideas interplay to try to make up for that 25% revenue loss. You have been very detailed in your thought process, and if I have wasted your time by going into this, I just wanted to pull us back to remind ourselves that this is the big picture. Any questions for me before I sit down? Okay, great, next slide, please. So let's do a real quick update of our budget book. Things move fast and furious, and not the Vin Diesel way, or Paul Walker way, or he's rocking those now. Things move fast and furious this time of year, so we do have an update to make to the budget book that was provided to the board.
No. No, we for our books. Unfortunately, because you is I think coming. I memorize it. And Carmen, yes.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm gonna.
I laid them on the table.
Okay.
I guess I did.
So
I don't have.
If you are a scholar of general accounting codes, which I know some of you are, we will not be reviewing the budget book chronologically according to the accounting numbers. We will be reviewing by topic. Also, the figures in the budget book, other than the now light blue, not periwinkle, pages that have been replaced, are figures current as of the 19th when we printed the budget book. That's just the reality of it is. Numbers change constantly this time of year. We wanted to get the boards, I'm sorry, this is gonna be alliteration here. We wanted to get the budget book in the board's hands early on enough so that you could review and feel as prepared as you can for this meeting. So we had to pick a date when we were gonna get that printed. So, but staffing apparently is hot off the press.
That one is hot off the press. The agenda is hot off the press. You updated that a little bit. And basically the goldenrod section where the budget is not really changed that. If there is, it's one or two things. It's nothing.
And yes,
Pretty much stayed the same.
Jill and I do agree on the goldenrod.
Not loving it, the color.
In terms of, there's one piece missing from the budget book that will, once the budget is adopted, we will also provide. We want to make sure you have comparative data as to where we stand in terms of some expenditure related metrics to other districts. That will be updated. We subscribe to a service from BOCES. They are normally printing their data at this time. So as soon as we get that, we will update it. When we talk about a budget code, and today we will talk in budget code language. Budget codes themselves, and we're going to teach you how to read a budget code. Budget codes themselves will tell a story of that line item expenditures, fund that it comes from, meaning where from the budget will it come from? We have these big buckets in our budget. It'll tell you where that money comes from. It'll tell you the purpose of that code. What is that money being used for? It will tell you what specific object it is being spent on. And it will also tell you where that money is being spent. This is key. Think about larger school systems or larger municipalities or organizations that utilize a budget. If there's an imbalance of expenditures, that could lead to inequities. If you have money going towards one building or not, that could lead to an inequitable experience for those students in a school system. So we do track all of our spending by location. So we can run reports, we can run analyses, and we know where that money is going to. It's actually now required by New York State that every school year we submit a transparent financial report, a financial transparency report, which has us report out expenditures by building. It's not only reviewed by us, but is reviewed by New York State to make sure that we are spending money appropriately. And out of Dr. Scollin's office, every year she has to file, anytime we use federal grant money, a comparability report to make sure that we are in line in similar matters. If you can't tell, I love this day. So just a reminder, on the next slide, these are our current budget parameters, which the numbers that you see in the book were built around. So we are addressing a $6.6 million budget to budget increase, utilizing appropriate cost-cutting measures and the use of allowable revenues, which include items such as, but not limited to, state aid, approximately $6.6 million from the tax mitigation reserve, what we sometimes colloquially call a fund balance, and then also a local tax levy of 8.24. We also are engaged in 3 contract negotiations at this time, and Jill has done a wonderful job preparing for where those budget negotiations may go up and accounting for that in the proposed budget. We try to do wherever we can a zero-based budget, but in an organization and system that is complex as this is, it's often time to do a zero-based budget when you have to project out something that you don't know. We also want to make sure that we are constantly looking at our staffing and that we have the appropriate staff for the enrollment and the functions that we serve. Just a bird walk here. Often people point to enrollment as, oh, enrollment's going down, staffing should automatically go down. That does not take into consideration student need, program need, or other initiatives or mandates that we are required to do. Also, we want to make sure that we continue to make sure that the places that our teachers teach and our students learn in is of the highest quality and caliber. So we want to make sure we're still keeping a nod towards our future finances, because if you remember back to Mr. Merlini's presentation, money that you do not spend proactively in facilities management, you will spend multiples of trying to catch up. And then finally, we want to make sure that we continue to plan for some initiatives that have been thrust upon us, such as the state mandate to shift to electric vehicles. And these are always subject to change. All right, fun part. How to read a budget code. As we talked about, the first letter tells you the fund it comes from. There's only, and Jill is going to correct me every time I make a mistake. I think the over under on that is going to be 2 today by the time we get off the slide. So, there are a number of funds that we use in our budget. Primarily, you will see at the table here our A fund, which is our general fund. If you ever see a T in your exploration of this, that would be a grant. Or I'm sorry, do we use F? That doesn't count. I corrected myself. So an F code is a grant code. The function code talks about the broad use of that money. And that will be the next numbers, or the first 4 numbers of that. The object, that really defines the purpose of that money. Is it salaries? Is it contracts? And it will be the middle 3 digits. The location are the last 2 digits. And then the program, if we need to draw down even further, we can add some numbers. In general terms, the 1,000 codes, don't confuse this with our policy numbers, because I know the board has been doing a lot of work on policy. Thousands are for general support, 2,000 for instruction, 5,000 transportation, and then the 9,000 is the one that Jill will be walking us through later on this afternoon for undistributed. However, there's a whole bunch of other things in there that just act as a catch-all. At this time, did I make it through with only one?
You corrected yourself.
Yes. So I actually moved through that quicker so I could stay above that. So I'm gonna at this time ask you to turn in your budget book to the plain white paper section, or if you're going by tabs, the one that says revenue and not revenue and appropriations, the one that says, yes, revenue and appropriations, please. It'll say on the top, Hendrick Hudson School District proposed budget. And I will then turn it over to Ms. Jill Figuerella, who will walk us through a reminder and a refinement of our revenue and expenditures. And also, all of our data included in this section as the budget book is around that first parameter that we just talked about.
So, yes, this tab in the budget book is a little introduction to this year's budget. Sorry. Yeah, does everybody hear me? Can you guys hear me back there? Yeah, okay. So this year's budget, we're proposing a budget of 102,611,139. It's a 6.63% increase from the prior year. Our tax levy in what's being proposed in this book is set at 58,990,000, which is a 6.4% increase over the prior year's levy. We do have to develop a allowable tax cap by law. So the allowable tax cap would only yield a 2.82% increase, and that would not get us to, that level of expenditure that we need to get to without calling for an override in the tax levy. More use of our fund balance, I should say. We would have to use a great deal more of our fund balance for a lower percent in the tax levy. So trying to even out those expenses with the revenue, that's where we landed. Just to give you an idea, our state aid right now is at $17.6 million of the total. And that isn't final. We will get final state aid figures around the first week of April, hopefully. That's normally when they come back and the state gives us our final figures, but it isn't always on time. So sometimes we even have to adopt a budget without knowing what that final state aid is. Right now, we've been given preliminary figures, and that's what's at 17.6 million. So from the total budget, the 102 million, we have to break it down into 3 parts. And that's what we call administrative, programmatic, and capital expenses. The administrative portion of our budget is about 7%. That covers our administration and some of our insurance costs for the district and our office staffs, people in that category. Programmatic obviously is all of our instruction at the highest percent of the budget, which is almost 82%. And our capital portion of our budget would be considered like all of our debt service and benefits, things like that go along with our contractual obligations for our employees. And on this page 2, it really goes into the detail of what that covers. On page 3, we just have it displayed another way, the 3-part component budget, just a visual of that. Page 4, again, this would represent the change in that 3-part budget from one year to the next. So in order to meet those obligations, again, using the tax stabilization reserve, $6.6 million of that in order to meet the total expenses. Again, that would be the difference between what we can levy and what we use from our reserves to meet those total expenses. Then on the next page, page 5, we have the outlook of all the different types of expenses. So you can see our salaries are just about, or exactly half of our budget this year. So at 50.2%. And then we have all the individual breakdown in the object codes, like the equipment, debt and interfund transfers, our textbooks and workbooks. I tried to break it down as much as possible without getting into too many, finite details, which we'll get into in line by line. Employee benefits being the second largest at 26%, and so forth. So you can see all the different types of expenditures throughout the budget there. Then we have, so all the other, to go through the revenues, besides taxes and besides our state aid, which are the two largest components of our revenue that we receive, we do get some money for pilots. That's properties that are off of the tax rolls, but we get from the individual corporations that have settled for pilot payments. They're called payment in lieu of taxes. So that makes up about $5.9 million. Again, our state aid. Then we have BOCES aid, which is really part of our state aid. So, but it's a 1.7 million in addition to the 17.6 that I mentioned. And that's based on what we spend with BOCES. So whatever we spend, it's called an expense-driven aid. We get a percentage or a ratio of that expense back. We have Westchester sales tax, again, depends on the economy, our people spending. So we estimate those, to the best of our ability, obviously look at trends, what we've been getting year over year. And then our transfers from debt service and things like that's just settling out our capital expenses and our debt service so that when there's premiums paid for things we finance, we can bring those back into the general fund and use that as revenue to pay down our debt. And then again, the fund balance reserve of $6.6 million we're using to close the gap. And we do get some tuitions for students that we have coming into our district for programs that we run. And that can fluctuate as well. We never know exactly how many students. I think right now we have about 18 students coming into the district next year. Could be more or less depending when school starts, and that could change. Again, this is just a visual of the revenues by category. Right now, our tax levy is making up the majority of our revenue because that's what we need to get to the programmatic needs in our budget and totaling $58.9 million. On page 8, we have just a breakdown of how we get from the total budget to the tax levy amount and what the difference is and what the local total is of all those numbers I just went through with you. On page 9, based on the 8.24% increase in the tax levy that's in the budget, we are looking at possible tax rates that are on that page listed there. So for the town of Cortland, and again, these are only estimates. We don't have final assessed values. or they're just starting to come out around now, this time of the year. We don't have the final ones yet. And the equalization rate, for the town of Portland and Peekskill, we would need that to finalize those rates as well. So right now, these are just estimates. Rate in Portland, looking at possibly, 1354, which is $1,354 per $1,000 of assessment, and in the city of Peekskill, for those parcels, a $674 per $1,000 of assessment. And that's the introduction to the budget. If anybody has any questions on that section, should we take them now or, yeah?
Thank you, Jill. Yes. Any questions for Jill on the revenue or expense side for review?
I just wanted to ask the question, although I know the answer, but more for the group and the public. Is there still an opportunity if after today, the board should want to revisit the 8.24%?
Yes, the tax cap has been filed with the state. We have to file it by March 1st. However, that can be amended up until the time we adopt the budget.
Thank you.
There are questions for Jill or the team? Thank you, Jill. We'll stay with Jill as she takes a sip of water for the marathon part of the day. I will, while Jill's getting set, I will refer us, we are going to begin going through our budget codes line by line. I'll talk about what that will look like. This is in the goldenrod section. So we want to turn there. We are going to start out in the function code of 2110, which is teaching regular school instruction. No, we're not going chronologically.
Right, so we're using the agenda on the front page, which I will have to keep it. Okay, so
We will make, Carmen, can we please write down for next year's
put page
budget
number.
book to add pages to it?
Okay, so it's on the third page we're starting, third page of the goldenrod section. So. Everybody,
Here's how we'd ask Jill to, or for us to engage in this process. So we'll give the board time to go through the 2110 codes. Jill has some codes that she wants to highlight. But we'll give you a few seconds to review that, and then once Jill highlights some of those numbers, we'll come back to any questions you may have about that particular function code itself. So we are going to say, we have provided rulers. They're always helpful in the line by line. Feedback from last year has helped to inform the format of what the page looks like.
The bigger text.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And that's also supported by an improvement we made in an operational side. All of our budget work is now done within our financial system, other than our projections and things such as that. But a testament to our administrative team who is here, as we mentioned before, they learned a new approach. They've learned a new system to implement their proposed budget line items in the financial system, which allows for a great deal more efficiency, better and more accurate reporting. And so thank you to Jill for spearheading that and our team for adhering to that. So again, when you look at that, you'll see the account description. You'll see what was approved last year by the community and the adopted budget. You'll see what we are proposing this year and the percentage change and the dollar change for each of those codes. So we are staying right now in the 2110 section, and we'll give the board some time to look through there. And then Jill can add some of her context that she would like to provide.
Can I just ask a question? Is there anything here that we should be looking for in particular that may be a major change from prior year?
Nothing off the top of my head. I mean, no, we try, we always try to reclassify things if we feel that they've been classified in a way that they shouldn't have before, or that an improvement to that. But no, I mean, I'm gonna go over a couple of things that might, catch everyone's eye so that you understand why it's like that.
Yes.
But if you have specific questions, I'll take them.
I just had a question. I think that it's 120-02 ELA. Those are all retirements.
I'm gonna clarify, is that a retirement that,
And it's the same thing for 04 Gen, which is 186, it's negative.
Sure, so when you see that, it's either a fluctuation in the expense because there's new teachers or retiring people that have, and replacements, or simply that people have changed locations and gone to another building, that can happen too. So you might see a decrease in one area because salaries can fluctuate, right? So,
Thank you.
Are we only looking at this page? Because this 21 tool is on forever.
No, we're looking at the code.
no, just,
So we have lots of pages.
you have quite a few pages for that particular area.
It's actually four, there's a 4 pages, it's like the middle of the page there.
And that is the largest part of the budget, so it's broken down to the most categories,
In
right?
the net, there's also a negative, there's the two negatives in the phys ed or retirements as well.
Erica, could you give us the code number?
So it's 12006 PE. And then there's another one for FGL.
That's that's the teacher retiring.
Right.
Yes, yeah, but the teacher retiring, and then with the anticipation of that they
Keep in,
will or will not be replaced, that's my question.
So
because
keep it-
It's a large number.
so keep in mind as well, that that's the difference between what was budgeted for that code last year and this year. So I can go back and research why in some cases there are bigger differences, or if you'd like me to, but right here, like right now, I could tell you, just because more money was budgeted there last year, doesn't mean people have moved around, or it could mean that, right? It could mean that we classified them in a certain building, like I said, then they're somewhere else now, so.
So we will be going through if there's concerns about what those codes look like. And if it means that a position is being reduced, we will be going through staffing later on today,
Right,
where you
so,
will see the actual numbers.
so just keep in mind, like the different buildings, like you have O1 is the high school, O2 is Blue Mountain. O4 is, you want,
No, I just, I'm sorry, what do you think was down?
DW means district-wide,
Okay.
so if there's an expenditure with a code that has DW at the end, or 09 or 10, those would be district-wide expenses. In other words, that person's, or that type of expenditure is spread across the
So
district.
I'm gonna ask Dr. Scollins to jump in as well.
So when we created and budgeted for 25, 26, and we were sat here last year, we were still finalizing school schedules. So while we had thought teachers may be assigned to one building, they were assigned differently when we started the school year in September and decided on the finalized schedule, which is why it's difficult to follow.
So to reiterate what Lauren is saying is, remember the first code in where you see the change in percentage change or dollar changes, that is from the adopted budget from last year. If Jill has to account for, we budgeted for a position at this school, but the need was in another school. What you're seeing there is the transparency of how that code is being reduced for this year to reflect where that position actually is.
And then, yes, so then where's so if you look at this, because the way that it's broken out, if you have a negative, let's just take PE, for example, you have this negative 79,000, and then you're adding it at Furnace Woods, then where's the Furnace Woods line from the previous year? Because it says 0.
I'm looking at what you're pointing out. So you're talking
So we
about,
didn't have a gym teacher at Furnace Woods?
No, we didn't have that person, like that physical person.
it all depends on who it is
I think
too.
it's that physical person, not their location. The person that we were talking about is gone. This is the new, they didn't exist yet. Now they're coming in next year. That's why I'm reading it.
So yes, for that particular 2110 12007 PE, when the budget was adopted in 25-26, there was not a person assigned, that's a staffing code. There's not a person assigned to that position. They are now there. So we are reflecting that in this budget here. So you'll see an increase of that full salary amount there.
So there may have been times previously where a staff member, a PE teacher was teaching at Furnace Woods, but also spent part of their day at FGL and was only assigned to FGL instead of being assigned codes in both places. So now we're more accurately reflecting how much time they're spending in each place.
Got it.
We will be able to show where the bodies actually are when we go to the staffing. This is the numbers that follow those bodies.
That's.
So I have a
Right.
question on 480-09, and it's for like textbooks. Is it because we're moving to like a digital form there? That's why it's 400, almost $40,000 of it is being cut. Are we not using books anymore, really?
2110, what's,
480-09.
That was the HMH.
We don't have,
so
we don't have to buy books every year.
Right, they paid for it
let's,
last year.
we'll
Okay.
have one, so it's 2110, 480-09 Jen.
Yeah.
Put that up into education, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
We, the money we spent on HMH is, we had a contract with them, but we don't need to budget for as much as we did previously, which is why it was a 3-year contract. We paid it over 2 years, and we still have that.
Okay, so we have it for next year, so the year after that, we'll have to
Then we'll have to
budget back for
consider where
that.
we are.
Okay.
Yeah, but it will be, implementation will be differently because of, we already have a lot of the materials.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
What about the parochial textbooks?
So those are also listed there.
So there, Jill, while you're finding that, so we do have to provide up to a certain amount textbooks for students who attend private or parochial schools. What normally happens is we have to budget for it as an expense. We do receive some reimbursement from the state for our textbooks, but you have to budget the expense that you have, and then you'll see the revenue side the next year. But what we normally do this time of year is we reach out to, we ask parents to submit to us the schools that they're going to, and they have to get us the requests so that we can then purchase those textbooks.
It's just a big drop. Out of a $61,000.
Yeah, no, so it all depends on the number of students we have going. So we look at what we have now and what we think we're gonna have next year, depending on the grades that they're in. So we have kids leaving the district because they're, you know, aging out, or, you know, we might have some kids coming in. I mean, there's a history, a trend of what we see in age group, you know, age level. So we know, you know, what to estimate for that.
And we know, we have provided in the past on this sheet, 3-year trends. We wanted to save space on this sheet. But what you may see, as Jill said, is you may see that we were budgeting, let's say 70,000 each year, and we weren't fully spending that amount. So we wanted to try to better accurately.
I also want to add something to this conversation, because last year, when I started doing the budget, let's face it, I was here 6 months, right? So I'm looking at all of these codes and trying to figure out who's coded, who's budgeted to where. Has this been kept up all, you know, through over time, over the years? And as I found things, we moved them around to where they should be, or people change buildings, don't forget, right? I don't want to remind everyone, but 2 years ago, we had different structure in our elementary school, right? So we had a lot of people moving from place to place. So as I came to learn more and more about where people were being charged, I was trying to define that as best I could. So if you see fluctuations, that's fine. You'll see the budget presented in different ways too, like the total salaries, right? So you may be thinking like, oh, the salary line's gone down, but there's other ones that have gone up to complement that. So you really have to look at the whole picture. You can't just look at the individual codes sometimes. And I know that's difficult. It makes it more difficult, definitely.
I also want to clarify, so you get to the textbook code, you'll notice that I allocated by building. So to go to the zero base, you'll see HMH is included in each of the buildings. Previously last year was budgeted solely from my office. Now it's broken down by building. While I still own that code, I asked the principals to start at 0.
Okay, perfect.
Can I ask very quickly, the monitors for each of the elementary schools, does this include the budget for the bus as well as lunch? Or is that separate in the transportation?
No, the bus,
Allison, could you let us know which code you're looking at?
Yep, sorry.
Sure.
16904. Jen, so I'm specifically talking about FGL, BB, and Furnace Woods. To make sure, I just wanted to see if the monitors, if this includes the budget for them for bus monitors as well as for lunch, or if that's separate.
so we have bus monitors, lunch monitors, and full-time security monitors. So yes, the monitors that code would cover all of our part-time lunch and bus monitors as well.
Okay, and are we budgeting for them to be on the bus for part of the year?
Only through April still?
So right now, we have bus monitors on the bus through April 11th or 12th, exactly.
Right.
And those would be in there. They're TAMA members, they're teacher aides or teaching assistants that we use that are able to do bus monitoring. We don't have specific group of bus monitors.
Right.
And then we also have our lunch monitors, but they're all grouped together there, so.
And so those are included in those three?
Yes, yeah.
And so is this the same for next year? Are we budgeting through April for the bus monitors for those three schools?
I budgeted as we budgeted for last year.
Okay, great.
So it was budgeted for until April.
Until April 11th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question was, is there a reason for that? The reason, because when this program was initially brought on, it was initially brought on for the purpose of, I believe in 2022, 2023, was brought on to assist students at the younger grades to help them get on and off the bus. And it was for a limited period of time to allow them to get used to their bus routes. The first year I came here, we decided that we would like to, with transportation, they wanted to extend the amount of time that those monitors were there. So they stopped providing the monitors in the morning because students didn't have to get off the bus. So they extended it to just the afternoon drop off, and that allowed them to get through with that budgeted amount through April. And the thought process was that by April, the majority of our students will know where they need to get off the bus at. And again, this is the time if the board wishes us to consider anything. This is one of those major forums that we would definitely, Carmen has a sheet going. That we will look at the code, look at the function, and we will make sure we can revisit that. Because if you remember last year at this time, or you were watching, there were some changes that we had or recommendations that we then brought back prior to the adoption.
So then this would be an appropriate time to ask, what would it look like if for even just, well, I guess all three of the schools, I think it's not just where do the kids get off, but a lot of the concerns I hear from the community is like the behavior on the bus. And surprisingly, it's not just the little kids. Actually, they do pretty well. It's the older kids. It's fourth, fifth graders. There tends to be a hierarchy that develops on some of those buses. And so I've heard that there's some behavior issues that they wish there were monitors there so that the bus drivers didn't have to stop the bus to just like tell the kids what to do and then continue driving because it disrupts the route. So I'm curious what it would look like if we were able to extend bus monitors, even one part, maybe on the way home for the school year. How much would that affect the budget? What
Middle
does that
school or
look
high
like?
school would.
So the elementary schools
I was-
specifically.
Just elementary.
Yeah, from the feedback I received for over multiple years,
Yeah.
actually. But if there is a community, if there are members who want to see what the middle school and the high school look like as well, of course, we could take that feedback. But me specifically, it's the older elementary school kids, I feel like we can't rely solely on the bus monitors. I'm sorry, the bus drivers to keep their behavior under control.
I just want to add to that. Is there a feedback loop from CSEA? Because if we have our BV K through 2 buses really well behaved, can't we just put the monitors where the need is?
That's a good.
So yes, there's always a feedback loop with the CSEA. We hold monthly meetings. This has been a top, without going into labor management
Yeah.
discussions, there is a feedback loop. If it is the sense of the board that they would like us to explore it, this would require labor management discussions with the CSEA. Because the current labor union that is providing that monitor position is not providing behavior. It's the job intention is not behavior. We always know when adults are around, they do some supervision. But the purpose was not for behavior monitoring, as that would apply to the CSEA unit, and we'd have to engage with them. And so while the dollars may be similar, we'd have to dive into that, but that's something we could do.
But I do think even just having an adult present can also curb certain behaviors when the kids who only have a bus driver who really needs to focus on safety and driving can't help, but having another adult that's physically present on the bus might be enough to curb some behaviors without having to actually intervene at all times.
So we'll have, Carmen, if you would mind writing down, explore extension of bus monitors through the full year and what that would cost.
I don't actually know that that's what Allison's saying. I think that we want to look at how we're utilizing those funds.
Correct. We didn't say we're expanding the number of funds. We would explore what that would look like to provide it for a longer. So as she said, if you shift where they are, that could allow us to provide it longer.
It's really actually.
Yeah.
I remember fourth and fifth graders. I think that's where there's a lot of.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I'll mention one area that I wanted to mention. You might see related services. Oh, we're not up to that code yet. I'm sorry. I'm going ahead.
Okay.
And I'm also noticing, we noticed in the book, and everyone else might have noticed, anywhere where there was zero expense last year and it went, and now there's a dollar figure in there, the system is not showing that it went up 100%. It says 0%, and it's supposed to be 100%. So I'm just pointing it out because it might be obvious, not obvious to you right now, but you will see it if you keep looking at it. There's a lot of areas where there was no expense last year, and now, because we defined the code better and we're spreading out some of that to be more recognizable to us too, like when we want to track something, substitute expenses or the textbooks and whatnot. So if there wasn't a code there last year, and it should say 100% increase, even though it's just spreading out the code to another new code. You'll see that throughout. I don't know why it's coming out like that, but we will have to address it.
It's negative.
Yeah, if it was a negative number, it worked. I don't know why.
So I have a question. There was the gigantic negative on textbooks that Tamika brought up, but then if you go to almost the end of 2110, I'm sorry if I missed this.
Yeah.
There are multiple lines
Right.
of textbooks. So
They're
So
allocated.
that's it. We're reallocating the expenses to those locations.
right.
So that's one of the examples actually
We're
that I,
realigning them to the location code rather than district wide.
Right.
so instead of having one line for textbooks, which was all they had last year, I believe, or a couple, there's several. Yeah.
So like 120 at the high school. Yeah. 480 is the code.
That was the
Oh,
workbooks,
one,
it's
two, yeah,
also
see all the
a
different-
decrease,
Yep.
but those are now counted towards textbooks, so that's where some of that reallocation went.
Textbooks are actually defined by New York State because they define what aid you receive back on, and New York State can change its definition of a textbook from year to year.
Where are substitutes?
140s. So 2110, 140 are your substitutes.
The second page of the 2110 code.
So that's another area.
All the way down from the top.
Right, that's another area that we had all substitutes, even our per diem subs in there, but now I've pulled out what we've budgeted for per diem and then all other subs, because we have subs every day, so.
Just a little picky.
No,
Is
The
something wrong
change,
with the
yeah.
percentages on those lines?
yes, there is something wrong with the percentages.
Okay.
In the 100%, when they're 100%, it's not.
No, look at like, 14001 Gen, high school substitute salaries.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading it backwards.
okay.
Oh, dyslexia.
Is that, so the 127.50 is what we had budgeted last year for the high school? And now next year we're going up to 175?
Right, I took a look at what we're spending in
Okay.
each of the buildings, like, so last year, like I said, when I came in, I don't know, like, I'm looking at prior years to try and figure out how much and actually our substitute expense has really gone down. It was, I believe, the first year, taking a look at it from the year before I was here, it was about $785,000. I've budgeted 500 towards subs this year. That's how much we've been able to bring it down. And I think that's something we should mention out loud too.
Do we know do we have any idea why that is, that it's lower?
Attendance is better
Attendance is better across K-12?
for staff, yeah.
Comparing,
I mean,
comparing
Great.
year to date, attendance is better.
But so let me just ask this question. And I have a high school student, so can't speak to anything else at this point. So if in in the high school right now, we have no more, what do we used to call this? Where they used to sign and release. There's no more sign and release. There's the
Do you
high
mind if
school.
I ask, Lisa, do you mind coming to the podium real quick? Just
wouldn't know what that
oh,
was.
sorry, never mind, Lisa.
So we don't have.
I was told you won't know what that is.
Sign and release was when when a staff member was absent, the students would go to the room, they would check in with a monitor or someone, and then they would go get released typically, it was to the cafeteria or the library. This was 2 to 3 years ago. We don't have that anymore. So that insinuates that now we have substitutes in the classrooms at the high school that are not, we know that substitutes don't provide instruction, but we know that our staff contractually provides work for those students. So, like, I can tell you that there has been days this year where my kid has been in the auditorium for 5 periods a day. So do we not, so the substitute coverage, is it actually because is it attendance better, or is it because we're handling substitutes in the high school differently?
So
How are we
from
covering
from a dollar perspective, I will say this, we always want to encourage staff attendance. We know that life does happen and that our teachers are out to do everything to do to support and encourage. From a dollar standpoint, the attendance is better because as reflected in the substitute line, right? So just from a budget standpoint, but if we're talking about.
But if we're doing something internally in the building that is also helping cover classes, that's gonna help us with the
Correct.
number as well.
Correct.
Right, so I'm telling you that most of the time, my kid doesn't and their friends don't have actual substitutes in the classrooms with them. So there has to be, attendance could be better. I mean, I'm sure it's better. I'm not saying it's not, but I think that we're misleading here, because I will tell you, if you talk to most high school parents, they will tell you that there typically are not substitutes in the classrooms with their children. They are put together in a room.
So we will take that feedback and we will. Thank you, Lisa.
I mean, if it's saving us money, it's saving us money. That's great, but
So we'll welcome Miss Martino Alves, our high school principal, to the podium.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I want to thank you so much for bringing up this concern and this issue. And it's something that the high school is reflecting on and trying to really be proactive with. And there has been, we speak about years past and some of the ways we approach when teachers are not able to be there and provide the instruction that only they can really provide. The high school has worked really hard on trying to provide coverage for classes when teachers are not there, very often through current staff in our building, through teacher assistants, and through a substitute or a per diem substitute pool, along with our everyday substitute who is assigned to our building. We have been interviewing and recruiting new per diem subs to have a greater pool. But you are absolutely correct that there are days, sometimes on Fridays, where our needs expand beyond our current pool of TAs and per diem subs, et cetera. And in those cases, we want to really ensure the accuracy of attendance of our students. And so we will pool several smaller classes of students together in the auditorium where they can get actively supervised. But you're right, instruction does take a hit with that, right? They're not able to engage in the learning the way that we would like them. But this is an issue that we are reviewing and looking at and trying within our current budget needs to really try to address that issue of staff attendance. We have definitely looked at field trips and trying to ensure that field trips are not assigned to days where we think there may be things like sickness and things like staff being pulled to their own parent-teacher conferences for their own children, et cetera. So we've been trying to be proactive, but it's something that we are continuing to look at.
and I guess similar to the idea of the monitors, right? Like if we budget the budget's the budget, but if you budget less, anticipating that we will hopefully have a solution or more of a solution at the high school, we have more per diem subs or we have more substitutes available to us. I just want to make sure that we think there's wiggle room there.
So we are actively pursuing a negotiation, we are actively pursuing a solution that could address the concern that is being brought up. And while it may reflect a lower substitute, it may be an offset cost somewhere else in the budget that is being.
As long as it's being thought of.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay, still on the 2110. It's a biggie, but a goodie, because it's the essence of what we do here. Jill, anything else you want?
Well, I mean, I was gonna point out some of the lines you might see in 2110, you'll see a negative number in the first column. And then you'll see, like, for instance, 2110, 160, 10 cuts. So at our line by line meeting last year, there was a decision to make, certain reduction in our per diem subs. So we put that, I subtracted monies. There's no one in particular, right? When you're reducing your per diem subs, you don't know who those people are or what buildings they're in. So I made a separate line for that. You'll see where we cut money from the teaching function code, but we didn't apply it to any one particular department because we don't know where those subs are going to be needed. So we just made a separate line for that. So it looks a little funny in the display, but that's where you'll see we made some cuts at the after the line by line last year. We had a big increase in our BOCES. Oh, again, I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's okay. BOCES, I think, is always.
Well, it's in a different code altogether. It's 2280, but that's OCED. I was just gonna mention it because it's part of, big part of instruction, right? For our students who go out to BOCES, the cost of that has gone up pretty high. We're budgeting an additional, they're counting, Warren, you gotta help me with this. The sessions are different for next year. Yeah, and it's gonna actually require a lot of, thoughtfulness when it comes to busing, because our transportation office is gonna be affected by this. And I don't know what it's 2 different sessions going out a day instead of 1.
So before Lauren answers, which I think is good that we spend a moment on this because it's related, as Jill said, if we could ask the board to go to 2280.490. So it's past the 2110. It's about midway down the page.
2280,490.
You can see that there's approximately a $230,000 increase. There is a reason behind that, as Jill said, and I'm going to ask Lauren to speak to that in general terms about what BOCES has decided to do.
So we have about 90 students, I believe, who attend PNW BOCES in 11th or 12th grade to attend their tech program. Previously, tech has been run in 3 sessions, a morning session, a midday session, and an afternoon session. They have made the decision to eliminate the midday tech session and move solely to an AM session and a PM session. They have cited a longer instructional time, more contact time with students and teachers as the reason behind that. So our students will be spending longer blocks of time at BOCES, but as Jill mentioned, that changes the cost through BOCES as well as the impact on our school schedule and how the students earn credit.
So while we're not necessarily thrilled that BOCES made this change, because I know they're all watching, our partners at BOCES, we do appreciate that they did let us know early on this year so we could plan to budget for that.
So is this line services from BOCES 1.4 million, is this strictly for those students in 11th and 12th grade that attend the technical programs?
Right. I believe we do have some students in the 10th grade as well. It's not just 11th and 12th.
It's all the students who go there.
But for the tech program, yes.
And
That
how
would
many-
also include any Southern Westchester BOCES students as well, too, because it's through the cross contract that captures.
Do we know roughly how many students this
I think
includes?
there was 93. I haven't,
And does their change eliminate the number of students that can attend?
BOCES had made significant changes over the last few years, which has limited the number of students who are.
So we have to
apply.
pay them more money and they're taking less students.
Yes,
Yeah,
What
the
are we
cost
doing
has
about
gone
this?
up.
which is an exciting time at Hundred Hudson High School since we are a planned pilot high school. And we are exploring how we can create those opportunities in-house.
Thank you.
so not only, so the question was, what are we doing about that? So we engage monthly with BOCES. We provided feedback on this. We attended sessions where they were mentioning that they were going to do this. BOCES has said it is primarily a cost-driven decision, but also they are running out of space because PNW BOCES does provide high-quality programs. They have seen their enrollment in their programs increase over the years. And about 2 years ago, we had many of our students denied, and I'm gonna get you the exact number of what we have this year.
Yeah.
We had many of our students denied, so we had to branch out in our guidance team, high school team, Lauren was there as well. Made sure that they did have placements at a BOCES to include Southern Westchester, so.
And the buses are, I know students are driving to and from BOCES, but with permission from their parents, because we have a policy on that. So we still, I mean, that's not gonna help. We still have to have the buses running.
This seems like an overzealous comment, so forgive me, and it's probably very uneducated because I don't work here. But why would we give them 1.5 million when we could make our own program here with that money? The students are traveling, they're getting a half a day, they're not with our staff and our teachers.
So you are asking the age-old question, why did we cut tech 20 years ago? The certification that BOCES has for the teachers, the specialty, it using that pooled resource so that, 3 kids who are in automotive level 1 are with 3 kids from 10 other districts that makes up a full class. That certification area is really difficult to find. So that the key specialty here is that certification and the ability to have that program built out at BOCES and our students able to access that through the plan pilot work that the high school is doing, and a grant that we've been working on writing, thanks to our recent visits from our senator, is looking at how do we build some of those within our program that would have more of and that comes up on one of the slides, I believe, a more cost neutral effect. So EMT certification through our physical education classes in-house. So students take those additional classes. They wouldn't need to go to BOCES to do that work. They could do that here. TA certification. So our students who are peer leaders are working in our United or working in United Sound, banking those hours towards, credits they can apply through WCC for TA certification, so they can walk out with that certification that some of our students are getting at BOCES. So that is ongoing conversation of how can we take some of the programs and bring them back in-house, while some of the other ones are
So specialized.
very difficult to find or to bring in-house.
Right, makes sense.
Just to also piggyback on that and to clarify, we have currently 91 students at our BOCES tech program, primarily in the law enforcement, sports medicine, auto mechanics, cosmetology, fashion, and carpentry. And they're primarily 11th and 12th graders. And there's also a cost benefit analysis with BOCES. You'll often hear us say, we look to BOCES to provide those services that we may not be able to bring in-house because of the cost efficiencies. But it's always balanced, right? Because BOCES does charge, even though we get aid back on it, we get sometimes profit sharing, we'll call it, for lack of better words, from BOCES at the end of the year. If they are charging for their services, something that makes sense to bring in-house, that's always looked at each year. As Lauren said, the key part about this one is the certificates are hard to find. I think we tried to find, in a previous district, we tried to find somebody for auto tech, and there was nobody even in the certification system anywhere throughout the New York State preparation programs.
Gotcha.
Is the 40% of aid also available in this number, or no, that's just what we paid? No.
Yes, on this particular number, I don't know if it's the 40%, but
No, oh, is it available on the number? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought you
Okay.
meant, is it in there?
No, I'm just saying, like,
Right.
do we get that 40% of aid back based on
We
this
get it,
number?
yeah.
So we do get a portion.
Yes.
So I guess it's also like analyzing what that portion is that we get back and what the balance is, and if we can actually run the program for that dollar.
Right,
Okay.
right. There's a lot
Additional-
of factors and.
Yeah.
a little nuance, and if I'm going into too much detail, just throw your copy at me. A little nuance about BOCES when they budget is that they look at our, I believe it's a 5-year trend.
A 3 or a
Three.
5?
They look at a 3 or a 5-year trend. And when they give us our bill, which helps us build our budget, they use those trend numbers as a bill. So if we were sending one student, our bill from them for this year would be a trend of those 5 years. Even if we send that one student.
Right, because they base it on the numbers that we've been running over those years.
Any other items in 2110, teaching regular school instruction codes?
I think the remainder of my questions will be around staffing, and I know that conversation comes later, right?
Yes. All right, if we wouldn't mind moving then to the
Yep.
2010 code. We didn't read this, the 2020 code and the 2070 codes.
So page two and 3.
The top of three.
So our review is not chronological, but the codes are chronological in the book.
Right. So the second and third page will cover those codes.
Jill, any highlights you want to pull out, or are there any things that stand out to the board that they'd like further context on? We're gonna vote.
Yeah, it's better.
We have a new expense of a theater manager for 60,000.
So it's not a new expense. This is something that has been paid for by the district. We are just more accurately capturing it. And it was negotiated last year as an MOA with the HHEA. So that now negotiable rate has been put into the budget.
Currently, we don't have anybody in there, in that role.
We,
Not quite.
we
I
are,
mean, there's
we are,
someone doing it, but it's not in the same.
Not allocated like this.
that funds exist to support that
Now-
full-time person.
It will be officially under. It's now it's officially under the way that it, through an MOA, it's officially under the HHCSD.
Correct.
And we could technically, could this be split?
Yes, it could.
Okay.
Stipends are allowed to be split between personnel, and the way that the board would authorize that would be through a board resolution when you appoint to that
And-
stipend.
It's a holding place for the money.
Is this just for the high school or is it the middle school as well?
No, it would be K-12 is my understanding that how we apply that.
You apply K, yes, so what I'm
So
asking.
if there's something at the elementary that would require AV support
Okay.
for the theater
So
production.
same, so yes, because this has been a little bit of a gap,
Everything.
so it's everything now, okay? I think that's important to know.
Yeah, and the code at the location is a 10 at the end, so that means across the district, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
out loud, important to clarify out loud.
Any questions on 2010, 2020, 2070? Moving to our next triumvirate of codes. That was on my bingo card today, folks. I had to say.
Okay, the next set is
20
2250.
2250, 2280, and 2080-20.
So after 2110.
Good start.
I'm writing page numbers.
We have jotted down. a-
There's no page numbers.
We have jotted down a request for page numbers.
Okay.
And part of mine. hard lines between.
Everybody writes in the right place.
Oh,
That's what I
between
learned. That's why I know.
Okay.
Page 6.
Okay.
To page 7. To the middle of page 7.
So in 2250, the one thing I wanted to mention was that we removed people from just being coded as related services to a more defined, like if it's psychologist, social worker, speech, they're individually reported to the state in a separate teaching code where they were all lumped into the 2250 in the past. So you're gonna see a bunch of, negatives and positives that kind of offset each other. 2250, 150, 01 related, 04 related, like in the different buildings. And then later on, you'll see them in the 2810s, 2830s, 2850s that will, so it's not even relocated within the 2250s, it's relocated into another whole area of, of the budget codes. Great.
What is this addition of resource room at the high school? Sorry, that's code 15001 RR. And 15002 RR.
But that's what, RR is not related, that's resource room.
I think it goes under the same theme as Jill just said. It's really not an addition of any sort of specific resource room program. It's a reallocation of how we code the actual budgetary lines, the salaries. There's no large reduction or addition. We've made some shifts in program, but nothing as far as like a resource room or anything of that nature.
I have a tech question about the program. Is it possible to mark for next year, like what has been a reallocation and what, like, is there any way to?
Right.
You can say no, just like in the program. It just feels like we'd have a lot of less random questions.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it
these,
might be to our benefit.
yeah, we can do that. I mean, there's less and less as we go through this, but then
Right.
again, like the state does come up with different ideas for
Right.
us to do different things. So we do have to move them around. But I think most of what you're seeing in the salary, like, we're not talking about adding people. We will talk about staff and additions and contingency positions in a little bit. But it's really reallocation of where people are located. So, you know, Chris may move people around in special ed, and that's what makes the salary numbers change, you
Yeah,
know.
I don't think anyone's
Yeah.
questioning that. We're just trying to lessen make it a little easier to follow the.
Right, well,
Dilemma.
it's for, as far as that goes, that's why I'm mentioning that one, but, I'll probably try to indicate that in the book going forward if that's possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Harmon, would you mind jotting that down just under our questions? Thank you.
I think we're just doing, what are we doing, 2250 through 2820?
Yeah, I see.
2250, 2280, and 2820, pages 6 and 7.
Are we including 2825 with social worker?
Yeah, I mean, all of those are,
2820 goes to page 8.
all of those are related to the
Yeah.
same.
Okay.
That would be helpful. It's your face,
It was-
right?
My partner was helping me down with the page numbers.
Is it the same thing with like the social worker district wide?
Yeah, they were all considered, they were all under 2250 in the past, and now we've moved them into the individual areas of the budget.
Yeah.
So 2815, 2825, 2830 is social worker and pupil personnel, district-wide services.
So we didn't do this last year. You now allocated people into the right codes. That's. what
Yeah,
really-
that's what-
Last year they were in different codes, now they're in the
Right.
correct areas.
Right, well, we're trying to do that more and more. I
Yeah.
find, You constantly are finding, there's so many different, people in different places, and then if they're shared between buildings, so it can change periodically as well.
Any other questions on those? We will move then to our guidance and health services, which is 2810 and 2815. And the best understanding that we have is bottom of page 7 and 8. Yes.
My last question was from that section.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It was a segue.
We have all day. That's why we're here.
Didn't say that. Didn't say that.
Jill, any items of note on line?
No, not really, nothing more than what we've just been saying, I would say, in that particular area. Someone asked last year, why does it say extra pay? So that money is used specifically for teachers moving classrooms in the summer, putting in for time, it's within the teacher's contract and things like that. But that's just how payroll codes it, so, don't love the title of it, I think I'll change it. It doesn't sound right, it should be more defined.
You are at the bottom of page 7 onto page 8 in 2010 and 2815 codes.
Got it.
If you're looking at 2810 15106, name is misleading. It's summer guidance pool days. That is not where we pay people to go to pool. The pool, that is where we ask our guidance counselors to come in over the summer. And there's a lot of period of those days.
It should be at the pool. Oh, they're more fun.
Yes, that's basically the term. It's contractual language.
That's what I thought. It'll be way more fun.
Jill, I might have missed this and you might have just explained it. On the, like the middle of page 8, the 2810 450 490 02 and 10.
Wait a minute, 450?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Those 3 guidance ones there that are 0 this year and go up next year, is that also
Say the code again, I'm sorry.
the 2810
Yeah.
450 02?
Materials and supplies.
490 or 45.
Code, those,
Well, it's gonna be all 3 of those. It's gonna be the 450, the 490 and the 490.
Right.
Those 3, is
so-
that just a movement
Guidance,
of lines?
yeah, guidance was not budgeting for their own supplies prior, and now they've been asked to do that, so.
So guidance, the guidance department itself, as far as its own entity as a budget code, is fairly new within the past 3 years. So that's, as you see, as it develops, identifying things that now that you live a budget, you say, what do I need for next year? What do I need to put in the budget? That's where it gets the genesis. Any questions on guidance and health services 2810, 2815?
Yeah.
2815 409 for the parochial schools. Why is that such a big jump?
What health services?
It was 2815 409.
Because it was under budgeted in the past, and we've had to spend more in that code than originally budgeted, so, it's gone up. There's a lot of students going to parochial school that we have to provide health, the district is mandated to provide health services for, and there's a formula for that. And they're allowed to charge us back, so I'm finding that we have been spending more there than what was budgeted originally, so we had to increase it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Next, we'll go to instructional media and technology. This encompasses the 2630, 2610, 975 codes. So
Page 7, and then the last one was page 10.
I'll do it.
Get all the way there, did you count all the way to 10?
I did.
Awesome thing. I'll show you a shift.
What is the loan program?
The library loan program?
Yeah. Is that new? No.
No,
Oh.
no.
Oh, they just put it by building.
2610.
2610.
2610.
Is that just for books?
Yeah,
For the kids to check out?
Yes.
Now you
Or
just
just our library.
took it from a chunk and put it by building. Okay, library.
Additionally, we do receive a certain amount of state reimbursement for
Right.
that, but you have to budget for it to receive
If
that.
you don't budget for it in the correct code, you don't get the aid on
Oh.
it. So
Thank
I
you.
want to say that that's something we've corrected.
And look,
Okay.
ICU did district-wide and then broke it down by.
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
Right.
Many school districts struggle with not getting the accurate amount of aid back on some of these reimbursable items, so I'm very appreciative of the work the business office and the team is doing to make sure that we allocate that, because that's lost revenue when it doesn't come back.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to assume for the 975 on page 10, those went down was
975?
9785,
Oh,
page 10.
okay. Are we up to that?
That's in this category.
It's the energy.
It's the,
performance contract,
okay.
No, it's the computer leases.
Okay,
Oh.
so,
And I'm going to assume that's related to the one on page 7 that went up, that it's just now a different budget code.
right, so the computer leases were being budgeted in,
And now we're going through both these.
Yeah,
Right.
we used to lease through Chase, and now we go through both these
Okay.
through the IPA.
but also if we put it in this category, it becomes part of our debt service. If it's coded into the other, into 2630, these are leftover Chase leases that were done prior to me coming. They were borrowing money from Chase to purchase computers rather than going through BOCES. If we leave those in the area of the budget where they were budgeted before, we wouldn't be able to use that towards our debt service and our tax cap calculation. But if we put them where they're supposed to go, then we can.
So we're allowed to count the payments that we make towards these expenditures in allowing us larger allowable tax cap.
Jill, is that one of the areas that you found that you were correcting that may have impacted our tax cap for this year? Thank you for that.
So that's great. My question is on all of these great changes that we make so that it is aidable. How is that reflected in the budget?
Will come back as a revenue the previous, the next
The
year.
next year.
The next year.
Yep.
Jill, any more on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's expense driven, right? So it does reflect in the estimate that we put in for the following year. So all of those expenses that get reported in the correct codes, that's how the state uses those codes to formulate our return of aid. So
So it's essentially in the state aid for the next.
for the following year, all of our expenses are that way. They come back to us in the following year if they're expense driven. Yeah.
Got it.
And again, not to harp on that, but a lot of the time and effort the business office and the revamp and the business office has been engaged in are these small little details that come out to play in large ways when we're trying to keep track of finances, when we're trying to get reimbursements on it. It just takes a long time to get down to that level of detail.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to classify the expense codes in the right place. Or in the place that the state mandates you to report them, because it really does reflect on the aid that you get back in the future.
Thank you.
Any other items from 2630, 2610, 95, 9785? Sorry, instructional technology and media. Okay. Move on then to interscholastic athletics. And Mr. Morkey informs me, and he's gonna correct me when I make a mistake. We have flag football going today. We have, what else?
Cancel baseball game.
Oh, cancel baseball game. Sorry, guys. Everybody. Get to save the arm for extra innings. Anything else?
Lacrosse parent meeting, flag football parent meeting. We have.
Just another testament to the fact that our buildings and our programs never stop.
These are all the things he's missing here.
Oh, he's not missing, but he is put in place that
Yes.
he supports the team that is delivering that.
They're
So
on.
he can be here.
Got it. We appreciate you. Thank you.
And so while we have Mr. Morkey here, we will move to the 2855 code, which I'm being told is at the bottom of page 8, top of page 9. So just one thing to keep moving forward. I anticipate you probably would see some reallocations of expenditures, not only this year's budget, but in next year's budget. Whenever you have a new individual, and this would be anybody who's been recently hired, whenever you have a new individual overseeing budget codes, they often take a new perspective, a new look at it, and they may work with the business office to recommend changes to either capture things more appropriately, to identify expenditures that we need to be doing that we may not have been, to make reductions in areas. So you may see, and all that may lead to different coding on the business office side to make sure it's captured accurately. So just keep that in mind as we do have new team members join us. You may see some of those changes as well. Any questions on our interscholastic athletic codes?
This may be clear already, just trying to, I don't know why people are laughing at me. Are we set up the same way? Last year, I know we went to 2 coaches for modified soccer. Is that set up the same way?
From a planning standpoint.
Come on down.
So I just got, dared to answer in Spanish, so if you want me to do that, I can. No, I'm just kidding. Right now, yes, the plan
I didn't get that.
is anticipating
I did.
the type of, signups that we've had in the past
Right.
for 2 girls soccer teams modified, 2 boys modified soccer teams. If it doesn't happen, we have 1.
Good answer. Succinct.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, because
Depends on how many people
last year we
sign
added, they added a second team for boys and a second team for girls in modified, because there's a lot of kids that go out for that sport at that age.
We didn't add a team, we added the coaches.
They add-
Support the,
Right, to keep 2 teams.
but it was still
Years
the same
before.
schedule, so.
Right, but in
the
years
same
before, many of the kids got caught, and the last year, no one got caught.
From what I was told, right, from what I was told,
Yeah.
and if you have to imagine, right, this happens August 19th,
Yep,
and then September 9th, they're on the field. And that's like the start date, and then September 11th, another 15 kids show up, and moms and dads sign up late. And now we've got
absolutely.
58 kids and 1 coach. So how do we do it? And so that was, I think, at some point at that
Right.
time, two coaches.
So we're budgeted for that.
We're
And then
budgeted
you're
for
gonna
that.
just go with the flow of who signs up, and also I think there needed to be tweaks made to like how it was run last year.
For
just
sure.
From hearing from a lot of parents and
Yep.
also from my own perspective.
So I'll share that. I'll share 2 things there.
Yeah.
March 9th was the start of spring sports. Here's an example, right?
Yeah.
March 9th was start of high school spring sports. March 23rd is gonna start modified spring sports right now. March 11, 12, 13, 14, there's a section 1 sports U for athletic directors where we actually are legally required to communicate with each other on certain things. 12, 15 different schools, no JV lacrosse, no JV baseball, no JV softball, no JV this, no JV that. All those schools have budgeted for that program. kids didn't sign up,
Oh,
right? So,
that's
so
not even
if-
modified, that's high school.
I get it. My point is I'm sharing that every
Trend.
program across our section, across the state, you plan for X.
Right.
And it isn't until you've begun
Copy, yeah,
that you see who walks through the door,
right,
right? And it's tough. It's a tough reality.
yeah. that's-
You had a second part to your question though.
Just, was hearing a lot of feedback from the
Oh.
community on how it was, and I
Yep.
know it was the first year.
Yep.
And I know that a lot of other, I met other, athletic directors at the convention that were talking about.
Yep.
And same thing, running two teams, it being.
Yep.
Some people thinking it was terrible, some people thinking it was great, and their kid didn't get cut, so I know it's a.
Yep.
A minefield of things.
It's a fine line of us deciding and talking about, participation. Us supporting the participation.
Yeah.
We say no, we're saying, hey, 20 girls, 20 boys, 25 girls.
Right,
You can't play, go to something else,
right,
maybe. Will they go? Will they just stop?
right.
Right?
Well,
That's
the
scary.
risk, right.
Now, here's the next part. Some of the comments I think also came from, we have a modified season 8 to 10 games. In the fall and every season, referees, officials are difficult, right? Probably 20-30% of the first part of September and early October games canceled
Yep,
because of refs
yeah,
not being there.
yeah,
Once October 15th hit, high school playoffs begin. So now half the games are gone and all the refs are available, right? So October 15th and later, the games don't get canceled. So two things are gonna happen. Our games are gonna get later so that we can get them in.
great.
Okay, that's one. And not have so many cancellations. I met with the entire staff at BMMS 2 months ago. And Dr. Toro was gracious enough to give me a good 10-15 minutes to talk to the staff. And I had asked some questions early on, even like the first couple of weeks I was here. And is there a way to get teachers, adults that are here, how do we get them to be refs? And there is a program in section 1 called school-based referees. They have to go through the process of becoming a ref. But now what happens is, okay, it's last minute, it's the morning of, we don't have a rep. I can go to my list of possible teachers. They'll get paid a referee rate and they can step in and ref the game. And then all of a sudden, now the game doesn't get canceled.
Like that.
Right? And so, already looked into that, already shared with them that I'm gonna be doing this. I said, who here would want to be a rep? Like 10 hands went up. So I really was happy with that. And so, trying to mitigate how this could work. But that's what I've already begun to put in
Yeah,
place.
just hearing that the attention is there is great, so, thank you.
Sorry to be long-winded.
Thank you.
Any questions for Bo while he's still standing there?
Spanish or English is fine.
I didn't know what, I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. You said
You were dared.
I was there to answer you in Spanish if I said no.
oh, now the joke makes sense.
Thank you.
I was like,
I
who's
think,
Dan?
she had another question, but I can
Ask
answer
them
that
to
later, I
write to
guess.
the.
Yeah, she's going here there. and
Okay.
teach.
Sure, she wanted to make sure you have enough in your line item for equipment, which I already asked you in the meeting previously
you're
about the
having an
whistles.
equipment.
remember?
Yes,
Yes.
I think we're good.
Yes.
Do you have money for whistles?
We. We have whistles, and the girls also.
There's not a specific line item for whistles. Could add that. Thank you, Mr. Morkey. Any other questions for interscholastic athletics? Okay, at this time, we'll move to 2850 co-curriculars. This will be I will ask. Thank you. I will ask our high school and middle school principal, so Ms. Martino Alves will join us again, and Dr. Toro will join us for the first time today. While you are finding the spot in the goldenrod section of our book, we will ask both of them to provide by their building a review of the current clubs. We'll ask Dr. Toro to go first on the next slide, Greg. And then we'll ask for any thoughts that he may have at this point in time on additions or changes to extracurricular activities next year. And then we'll ask the same of Ms. Martino Alves. So Dr. Toro, it's great to see you this morning. I know we're keeping you from a first 1-year birthday party. I didn't want that. So we will make sure we get you going.
No worries, we planned it for about 4:30, so I did pick up the cake yesterday, so we are ready to rock.
I'm sorry to already interrupt you, but we do have a question on how we get the sweatshirts.
This sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you to my PTA. They provided this the opportunity to buy these shirts at the beginning of the school year just for Blue Mountains Day.
Board would like.
I'm a size XL.
But they came out nice. So currently we have about 25 co-curriculars. I mean, this does include the activity club treasurer, but that's not so much co-curricular, but it is paid under that the set of codes. With the current clubs that we have running, that we have allocated for, at the moment, we have 21 of those 25 clubs, or excuse me, 24 clubs currently running. 3 are not currently running because we did not get advisors for it. Each club does meet on a regular basis. I want to thank Ms. Pearson. She meets with the club advisors almost quarterly. We do have a attendance, a shared attendance sheet in which we ask the advisors to take accurate attendance of students that do participate, as well as provide agendas for each meeting on what they do review. Based on that, as I said, this is my first year. I'm told that at times some of the clubs fluctuate in regards to attendance and number of members. So we are reviewing it by the end of the school year to make we plan on running the same clubs next year. And then the year after that, we will do a severe audit to see what clubs can come in, and any of the clubs that are really in low numbers, we could decide perhaps to move on or reallocate to something else. And so at the moment, our investment club, our We Represent club, and the school newspaper club are not running. That's because we cannot find an advisor. And again, we have clubs ranging from the number of almost 50, which is an organization, the clubs that are running about maybe 5 or 6 kids. So again, we just want to take a look this year and next year at how these clubs, the number of members are, as well as continue to set expectations on the number of times they run, and perhaps even the amount of club members they do have, so that we can make a final decision for the 27-28 school year on which clubs that we want to keep going, and perhaps some clubs that we want to, reconsider, or any new clubs that want to be brought on.
I just want to make one maybe suggestion for the clubs. I don't know if parents are aware of, well, I know that you probably have them posted and everything else. Maybe sending home in like an update or a flyer of the clubs that are available and what days they're running and what they do, so that maybe parents can help encourage students to enroll. Because sometimes students, especially like if I'm thinking of like a 6th grader, it's all new to them and they might be shy or not have the confidence to say, I'm going to go join that club, but maybe like with parent support, that might be something that they can help encourage their students to enroll in these. And then it gives them a clear, I know exactly what days they're running, what times, to help with that, with scheduling.
Thank you for that feedback. It makes sense. I would do that probably during my weekly communication periodically. That makes sense. Thank you. Questions?
Can you highlight if there's any major like staffing shifts within the middle school for next year?
This is close.
Oh. Carry on.
I need an advisor for the newspaper club if you need to.
Yes.
No requests at this time right now, Dr.
No, thank you. I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Toro.
Yes.
Yeah, for this code, we're just doing.
We're just doing that.
Sorry, co-curricular activities.
Thank you, Dr. Toro. Hello again. At the high school, we proudly sponsor 35 clubs are active. We have a few changes, so just a little update. We have 2 clubs that had not been running and then have been reestablished and are going very well. One of which is Model United Nations. The other is the Stockbrokers Club. We also have, in the first year running our Sailor Sports Network. And I think, all of us, I know I am very excited about what that club is currently doing. If you take a look at many of our games, they're being broadcast, with video, streaming, but also the audio of our students. With play-by-plays and interviewing players afterwards about their experience with the game, and getting really great experience as sports broadcasters. We have a growing club. FBLA, the numbers are kind of off the charts of students participating in that club. We have had to really scale up the needs to get those kids to the events. And so we're looking at an additional staff member to support the 82 students who are actively engaged in that activity. And then the Social Studies Honor Society is something new that we're really excited about. We have several content honor societies along with just our, National Honor Society. And social studies have not been represented, but we now have many a student applying for and getting recognized by that. And then there are 3 clubs that students have come and are really advocating for. One of it is the Urban Sports Club. So that's looking at skateboarding and scootering, things on wheels. Another is the Ecology Club, and another is a African American Black Studies History Club. We are speaking to Dr. Toro was talking about that, looking at the data and the students who are engaged in these clubs. We are really excited about moving towards expanding, capturing student involvement in clubs using our digital hall pass. Students will have their student IDs and will be able to swipe in when they attend these clubs, therefore giving us an accurate account of not only the rosters, but their continued engagement in those clubs. This is another way for us to track how students are engaged in opportunities beyond the classroom, right? The New York State and of course Hendrick Hudson High School as a planned pilot school are really invested in New York State's Portrait of a Graduate. And this is looking at students, their cultural responsiveness, and their ability to grow and perform in 6 attributes that go beyond one classroom, go beyond one content area, and go beyond into our extracurricular activities. So being able to capture what students are doing outside in our extracurriculars is another way that we can highlight how our students are performing in those areas. So we're looking at that, which will give us greater access to data to look to see where we want to maybe make some changes and reallocation and adjustments to support our students in those areas.
Thank you, Ms. Martino-Alves. Any questions for Ms. Martino-Alves on high school co-curriculars? Thank you both.
Okay.
While we're walking back though, I will say,
Can
Ms.
I-
Martino-Alves, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, I know there was a question about co-curricular announcements and when they're meeting. The daily announcements on the district website for each of the school page is active. So that has all the information and is updated daily.
Thank you both. I will say, as Ms. Martino-Alves walks back, this is the second time this year she has stolen my thunder. When I was about to transition and remind us of our mission. So well done. That's the sign of, I think, of an aligned team where we talk about when we refer to our mission of allowing our students to achieve their maximum potential. That is also supported by the co-curricular programs that we are allowed to offer here. So thank you to our principals and administrators for overseeing it, the staff for facilitating, and then the students, of course, for attending. At this time, unless there's any other questions from the codes that we have reviewed up to this point, do we have any? I will thank the administrative team for being here, taking their Saturday to help us provide the context when needed, to help gain hopefully a better understanding of where the budget is from a holistic standpoint. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
You want to- Motion.
I'd like to ask for a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Motion? Second.
All in favor? The board will return in approximately 5 minutes. Welcome back. We are ready to continue our line by line.
So thank you again to our administrators. Just to transition us back in. One thing that the administrative team would like to do before next year's line by line, but also as part of our normal operations and what we're looking to improve. One thing that we want to get a better grasp on is the total funds allocated for co-curriculars and how new clubs are proposed. So we know that's something that most districts have to keep an eye on, because we do want to provide relevant and appropriate activities, co-curricular activities for our students. That relevance can often change. And so normally there is a set amount allotted within the budget for co-curricular activities. So you really hone in on that, on the approval process and the actual, if a new club is instilled, what do you do with the remaining clubs and the funds that are dictated to that? So please do know that that is something that the administrative team will be working with our partners who, such as the HHEA, to make sure that we have a good grasp on. So with that, we have completed the line by line review of most of the codes related to instruction. The afternoon, or after the staffing review, we will dedicate to a lot of our operations, general support, those types of items. So before we get to that and public comment, we will take time to do our staffing review. And I was wrong, it is not periwinkle, it is light blue. We will be dealing primarily in the light blue section. Just so you know that the staffing numbers that you see, we often refer to as FTE, or full-time enrollment. We have more acronyms in education than I had in the military. It's confusing when they overlap, but we will often use full-time equivalents as a full-time staff member in the position that they are identified. And just a note for context, the numbers that you will see are the physical representation of the budget figures that you just reviewed in a number of those codes, particularly in, Jill, we use 150 for salary codes or 120?
We use 120, 130, 150. You'll see the breakdown in the end part of the staffing.
By code.
By code, and also on the actual numbers. I mean, they're also a moment in time, right?
Yes.
So when we run this, it's what's happening that day that we're doing it, because people get hired and resign and whatever, all surrounding all of that, right?
So Jill and our team took the approach this year to have, we often talk about zero-based, but staffing is one of those things, because much of staffing considerations is tied to contracts, which have an automatic built-in most cases, a built-in salary measure. Jill took a rollover approach, but also backed that up by who is actually being paid out of payroll to begin our salary discussion. So further accuracy and transparency here. So Jill, do you want to walk us through the way that we have staffing shown, and then we can then drill down into each of the sections?
Yeah, so
because staffing is reflected in a couple of different versions.
Yep. So there's a summary page and then with the totals, but then the first page shows the secondary schools, which are the high school and the middle school, and a total of those schools, and broke it down as much as possible with subject matter and positioning. The third page is the 3 elementary schools with their total, and again, unlike the secondary that has the breakout of art, English, math, all of that, these are not as separated, because the teachers teach core, the core subjects, one teacher. So you won't see that breakdown. And then the district-wide staff just covers everybody that does district-wide work and doesn't fall into any particular building. So, and then beyond that is also all of these positions in their proper budget code and where they're budgeted for in the other section where the goldenrod, the pages that we were in before.
Thank you, Jim.
So why don't we?
Just one more, I'm sorry, one thing I forgot to say. So there are contingency positions added. We have, I can say what they are
Yes,
now.
yes.
We have I have 3 positions budgeted for leaves of absence, so that is because many times when people go on leave of absence, they are paid as well as their replacement, so I need to budget for that. There are 2 operations and maintenance positions. One's a maintenance person, and one's a senior custodian at Blue Mountain, I believe. I'm sure Anthony will talk about that. And then there's 5 gen ed teaching positions and 2 special ed teaching positions.
Thank you, Joe. Just a few other notes or business rules as we begin this. The proposed staffing that you'll see reflected here, if you're connecting this, which I know many of you are, to the budget presentations that we had over the past couple of board meetings, you'll notice that in those, that many of our budget code owners or principals, or even in our budget development meetings, it was more prevalent. That is where we heard from our administrators, our principals, on where they would recommend, when we asked them for their wish list, where they would recommend staffing changes, such as we'd like to increase our librarian count, we would like to increase. This staffing report does not reflect any of those requests that our administrators had in their wish lists. In addition to the contingent positions that are reflected, we do have a need, a student-based need for an increase in social studies instruction, staffing K through 12. That is reflected in this. And we will continue to right-size, a term that you'll often hear when it comes to budgeting, our staffing through attrition, rather than making cuts to program at this point in time. We are taking every opportunity when we do have a staff member leave that position to evaluate that position to say, is this position still needed? Do we need to repurpose it, or do we need it at all? So that occurs whenever we have a staff member leave our family. We do know that we've partnered with a number of our collective bargaining units to talk about retirement incentives. Incentives should be used primarily to help the district right size through attrition, and is often done because you'll have what's called breakage, which means that normally when a staff member leaves, the salary to replace them will tend to be low. That's not always the case. Think about hard to find certificate areas or hard to find positions or roles within the district. Those often we are competing in the free market of other districts who might have that same opening. So you often don't get to see the same amount of breakage, and breakage doesn't always apply. So it's just something to consider as well. We are taking this year a very close look at certifications within our current staffing numbers. We're taking a look at their certifications and seeing if their role can be repurposed to better align. In a few moments after staffing, we'll have Chris and Benita and Lauren talk about what is this budget and future years budget we anticipate getting us with low cost or no cost changes to our program that are a benefit to our students. So they'll go through there, but we're taking a look at how we may be able to utilize current staff, if they're not in their role, to better fit a program that better fits student needs. So those are just some overarching frameworks of our staffing discussion.
Can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt, but you said that the social studies was K-12? Is it
6-12, I'm sorry.
6 through 12, so
6
it's a
through 12.
secondary need?
Hmm?
Is it based on, because the number of students isn't going up, so can you explain a little bit of why that might be?
I'll have Lauren go into the details.
So we did have a retirement 2 years ago in the social studies department. Initially, based on our sections, we thought we would be able to accommodate that. And so we lived with that schedule for the year. Social studies is a requirement for students to take all 4 years of high school. And so with that, as well as the inclusion and changing structure at BOCES, we needed to make sure we have that position back at the high school level. So it was a retirement. We tried to get away with not rehiring, but push came to shove, it's going to be a position that we need.
Thank you.
And I think we're gonna get into this a little bit about the middle school staffing. based on the number of students there? Is it staying the same? Is it?
Why don't we start there?
Okay.
So we can talk a
Yeah,
little
can we
bit
go
about.
building by building?
Sure.
Yeah, because it's hard to follow in this way that this, yeah, I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's clear, but it's.
So we'll start at the high school. Let's start at the high school, on the page after, so page 2 in the blue, light blue, not Air Force blue. If you look down all the way at the bottom of the spreadsheets, if you're looking at you're looking at your total FTE or your total staff count, you can see that budgeted, we're showing you a little bit different view than we did on the line by line for the budget codes. Because staffing is one of those things that is constantly changing, we are showing you what the adopted budget last year of 25-26 showed, which was 127.75 FTEs. So how can you have 0.75 of a person? Well, that's the classes that they're teaching or the role that they're providing, right? And then we are showing what we actually have as of 3/21, because staffing needs can change throughout the year. So you can see there's a slight decrease. And you can also see what our budget is showing proposed at this point in time. So you'll see the adopted budget, we were anticipating we would need 127.75 staff at the high school. Currently, we are employing 124.93 staff at the high school, and we are proposing 121.93 in next year's budget. That's how we would read that. So high school.
So can you articulate like the difference between the actual and the proposed?
Sure, so if you look across the 3 columns, you can see, the per diem subs are the one area that, we are anticipating, cutting back in, I'd say. So, right, we budgeted for 6, had 5, and are hoping to have 1 per diem sub in each building. And then obviously we have regular daily substitutes that come in and have to, be in for other people.
So social studies is the same on this line.
In the high school, yes.
And in the middle school.
We have it in as a contingent position right now.
On the bottom of the page, there's a contingent position. It's not adopted yet, so I didn't put it in for where the content area was. Right.
And we have a contingency at the middle school. Do we have any idea where that might be?
We have it based upon student need, just in the event that there is something that we need to address. So that's a good point. In the high school, we already had a pretty good idea where we're gonna put it. In middle school, we don't have an idea yet where we may need it.
Right, and you'll see the same thing at the elementary. We just put 3 where we think they're gonna be, but then they could end up in any one of the buildings.
Okay, so we have quite a few retirements at the middle school this year and last year. And looking at trying to see where, like, it's hard to tell where they didn't get replaced at the middle school, but we're talking about the high school now, so I guess we'll get to that.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I can't find where we're going down in the high school.
The assumption that I made during the staffing chart, preparing the staffing charts, was that everyone was being replaced. I didn't.
No,
eliminate
so the shift is in subs.
Yes, pretty much, that's where
It's not actually the instructional teachers, it's the.
Okay.
And the aides, the other support staff looks the same. In each
one less
column.
TA. One fewer TA.
But it's not really one fewer TA because it's actual, so it's the same.
Right, so from the second to the 3rd column.
Okay.
I have a question, can I ask a question? Yeah. It's probably for Chris and Lauren, for the reading teacher at the middle school, there's only 1. Is that like different than the special ed? I obviously see it's in a separate line, but is that like, I don't know how to word it. Is it like totally different than a special ed reading teacher, or someone like those teachers you said are being trained and, to help kids with other needs? That's somebody different?
Yes, that's correct. So that would be the reading or AIS teacher at the middle school, that assignment. The what you're referencing are they're coded as special education teachers, and then they're assigned as specialized reading for the schedule.
Okay, so one reading teacher is enough?
For the AAS portion, and then obviously we have two individuals right now who are allotted towards the specialized reading for special ed students or classified students.
Okay. Is there one for math also, or that's under special ed? Or there's no?
At the high school.
So I'm looking at middle school, sorry.
There is no certification area in like math specialist like that. So anyone who's supporting and or supporting our AIS program at the elementary level, right, they're certified as a math teacher. So you wouldn't be reflected in its own line item like a reading teacher. You know, we're really making that shift towards interventionist and trying to intervene where the child needs, not just reading or math.
So that's under the special ed teachers?
Because for math AIS, there is math support at the middle school, that's general education program, that would be under the math.
Lauren, just for context, like in my department, the math AIS teacher is part of so you wouldn't see a separate line item for that. They're just part of the math department.
That is specifically, if you look at the last bullet on our slides here, that is some flexibility that we have within our current staffing. That how do we structure supports? Is it best to have a pullout model? Is it best to have a dedicated person to that? Or can we look within our certification to provide supports in a different format?
And if I'm, just to clarify as well, so what I was reading on that last one, so it says within their certification or tenure area, a math AIS teacher is not getting tenure in math AIS, they're getting tenure as a math teacher.
She understands. I think she's just trying to call out the supports that we have built into the structure.
No, I know, but I just want to make sure that people don't think we don't have
Yeah, but
math.
I think,
No,
yeah.
I'm just saying
She knows that.
I'm making sure for everyone dialed in and locked in on what we're saying. I'm just making sure that they know, if it's not called out specifically, this is by tenure area, and their tenure area is the same as someone who's teaching like if we consider it a core math course, the tier 1 math course.
We technically can't really answer her question specifically. Because we don't really know. We have the support staff. It's built into our department, but we can't call out exactly what kind of supports they're necessarily giving students, which is what she's.
Well, I guess I was just questioning there's one person labeled reading, but then there's special ed, so I was just wondering like the difference.
I think in general, and this may not answer your question.
But I know
specifically.
AIS may not necessarily be special ed.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So they are separate. But I think also Dr. Scollins and I and everyone else in the cabinet, we're looking at shifting from even though I don't want to say pull out or push in, nothing like that, but from having specialized people in those roles to saying, okay, we're all teachers are teachers of reading, all teachers are teachers of support in math, and shifting that model, using the WIN at the elementary and other things at the secondary.
And then obviously as kids come up in the future, like those numbers may change, right? Okay.
Which could be utilized in a projected budget through a contingent position.
Yeah, like look at what some of the elementary grades have, the need of, that would be coming in the middle school.
So can I ask why there's two nurses allocated at the middle school?
Could I just answer Lauren's question real quick first? So philosophically, if you think about that, one of the goals of interventions is a student should not be in interventions full-time. The goal of intervention is to have a program that effectively identifies a student who may need further supports, provide those further supports, and then exit out of those interventions, right? So.
Well, that may be for like AIS,
Correct,
but
for
not
AIS.
necessarily for special ed.
Of course.
Oh, yes. And just my favorite analogy of that is like intervention services are a place to visit, not a place to live, right?
Yeah.
So it's someplace you go, you get what you need, and you go somewhere else. It's not a place that you want students to be living in, because then that means then the services aren't doing their job.
I'm gonna jump in and also to Chris's point, and I think Lisa spoke a little bit about this at the high school level, really starting to see how things are interconnected. So we're not just practicing our vowel sounds in a pull-out model, but maybe we are in the classroom with my teacher, really digging into CBC words. And so that it's, the children see that what they're doing in a separate reading classroom is actually what they're doing in math, science, social studies, and ELA. So that thread line through, I think, is an important piece.
just was gonna answer the other question.
Ms. Mills, I think you had a question about the nurses at the middle school.
Eric had a question about nurses.
Oh,
She
before,
was there.
okay.
She was there.
What? The nurse.
Oh, I was saying,
Why do we have two nurses in middle school?
Chris is
so
answering you.
we don't have, physically have two nurses in middle school. So that is coded there as, our float nurse is, essentially coded as that, or it's a float nurse. So that float nurse is district-wide, however, they
You're
are coming.
allocated out of the middle school,
Correct.
receive their paycheck out of the middle school.
Every single person, if you were itinerant, has to have a home building. And so we're just capturing her in that home building.
I had a question. How many contingent positions did we have last year versus what we're putting in for this year? Do we know off the top of our head? Or- No?
We have 5, I believe. There's 7, excuse me.
There's the per diem subs, and then so those were, I don't know if you consider those contingent or not, or just the teaching positions, but I think there were 7.
There were 7 flat teaching positions.
Which is what we have now.
Okay.
Jill has done a deeper dive to say, we have leaves going out that need to be accounted for within the contingent lines of the budget to make sure that we know we're gonna have some leaves. Let's make sure we properly budget for those when they come.
Yeah, well, they have to be double, but in many cases, it's a double payment, right? So.
And I think that just having the contingent positions allows us for any changing things that happen throughout the year, right? So we're always prepared. Because I think people need to understand that we're just not throwing things in there and saying, hey, we're allocating for X amount of dollars for these people. It just gives the district more flexibility to just make the changes and provide our students what they need.
Right.
So we're comfortable with 2.
Well, there's 2 for secondary.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
sorry.
But then if, let's say we needed, I know we set aside contingent positions for elementary. If we realize secondary needs more, we can move from there. The other thing I wanted to just ask, and I know that it's something that we put in across the district, the per diem subs, with going down so many. And I know that there are, you guys are working on different ways to accommodate for that change. But is that part of the contingent positions? Like if, let's say we see that whatever way that we come up with to have subs is not working, could that be picked up from those contingent positions we set aside as well?
Lauren's gonna give you a detailed answer on that.
Yeah, there's some nuance there, because last year, at this time, I think our line by line, we reflected and moved from 5 permanent subs. We moved, changed from, I think,
12
total to just the 5, 1 at each level. The actual budget here at the high school reflects 5, but to Jill's point, we also have some of those the people who are here every day serving as leave replacements. So a teacher may be out on a leave, that person is filling in, and then we have someone else coming in. So it wasn't coded correctly. So while we do have 1 permanent person who comes every day that's a substitute, then if they filled another role, they were still coded as this building substitute. So that's why that number looks so drastic from 5 to 1. They've just served multiple positions this year.
Right,
And
so the
again-
5 can look like 8 too, like in the middle of the year, if we have 3 people on leave, because now those leaves become permanent per diem subs, right? So they can fluctuate throughout the year depending on people come and go. So.
And if we think holistically about the budget again, if there is a student need for an additional position, we're not gonna sit there and say, oh, we don't have any contingent positions. Remember, the budget that we vote on is a total funding amount, which can be applied. The transparency of what we think will happen is provided in these line by lines. But if we need to address a student need, we would just transfer money from an anticipated cost to an actual expenditure that we need to address.
Lauren, quick question, and I'm not sure if this is the exact appropriate place for this, but say, for example, FGL, they're single teachers, no TAs, and the teachers are in their classroom all day and they've got 23 students. They need to go make copies. It takes 15 minutes away from their students. Who's gonna watch their students while they step out of the classroom since there's no TAs and there's no subs available? What are we doing in that instance, and do we have contingencies for that?
So don't they send the copies from their classroom?
There is a copy TA.
Right, that's just the example though. What if?
But like as an example, right? So
So I.
Not even that, but like you
That's
gotta
the-
step
I
out and
think
make a phone call, go to the bathroom, you know, any of those things where a teacher needs to be out of the class, but there's nobody to step into their classroom to watch 23 third graders. I mean, you need supervision in that classroom. So what are we
there's-
doing without those permanent and per diem subs available in the buildings?
So there's contractual language for teachers to have prep time and lunchtime. We also have time for and after school, depending on the building, for them to make those copies and get those things done. Obviously, there's always an emergency, someone needs to run to the bathroom. I have been in many classes this year that had, maybe there was not enough subs in the day and I
So
started
it's you.
doing it in the classroom. So, that's us being creative and being thoughtful. I know our principals have stepped into classrooms. And there's always, someone who can be there. Someone needs to use the bathroom or take a phone call.
Okay.
We will always make sure, our students are supervised. There was a building this year, there was a day where everybody seated at this table who was a cabinet member was in that building and we had a great time.
Really fun. But should that be your role? I mean, it's
Yes.
just. it
Yes,
seems-
absolutely.
Yes.
If I'm not in a classroom, I won't know what's going on curriculum wise anyway. So it's part of.
It's right now,
part of
somebody
it.
has to do it, it's
Yeah.
true, just wanna make sure that the teachers also have the support that they need, so that they know they can get the stuff done that doesn't necessarily happen behind their closed classroom doors within the building, because also consider the teachers who have IEP meetings and 504 meetings that take place during the day. If two of those teachers are in a meeting at the same time, but there's only one building sub, what is that teacher supposed to do in that time? You can't take that because of HIPAA reasons in the classroom with other students present. So it does create a little bit of a conflict as far as which teacher is gonna get the sub at what time if we cut too many. So I'm just making sure the teachers have that support since there's so many in one building.
So very good point. These numbers are developed and reviewed with our building administrators who part of their daily flow with as a building administrator is checking who is going to be in today or who's going to be out. What meetings do we have today that we need to provide coverage for? And that's just the normal ebb and flow of the day. But yes, those, as soon as we made the decision as an example last year to reduce the number of permanent subs, that was a conversation with our building administrators on how do we implement this? What are considerations we need? What supports do you have in place, such as there's a sub service that is called every day to bring in those subs as needed as well too.
Okay.
Are we moving on to elementary?
I just wanna call out just the difference. So I had asked, all I wanted to know was how many students were gonna be in each building next year. I don't think we.
We have not gotten there yet. We can.
There's
No,
an,
it's somewhere in here.
yeah,
Where is
Can you
it?
go to
there's
the
an
next slide?
enrollment
I'm trying to
projection,
do calculations. I don't think they're correct.
there's an enrollment projection, on, actually the last green
Oh, it's
sheet in the book, I believe.
We have detail, on the on the
We're
elementaries.
talking secondary.
Yes,
We're
so
looking
we're,
secondary.
yes, so we have detail on the elementaries here, but also in the book.
On the last green
If you go
page.
into the last section of the green that is enrolled, we have enrollment data. And the second page,
Second to last.
you can see it broken down.
When do we get the next year's numbers? 26, 27.
Okay, kindergarten registration is still going on. We're still having CSE meetings, preparing for next year. And class schedules at the high school, we normally don't see a major influx at the high school or middle school. But what we need to base it on, because it's subject driven, we are waiting to see how scheduling is occurring. So probably by June, we'll have firm numbers for secondary.
And we anticipate it's gonna be relatively.
I mean, you can assume all the grades move up one level and the kindergarten is the unknown, right? So.
It's not done bad.
Erica, is that providing information?
No.
No?
Nope.
What would you look to?
Just want a total. All I asked for was I just wanted a total of how many kids we're going to project it to be in the buildings next year.
That's what June, he said we should know by June.
But if you
you
were to
just
take
roll it over.
8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and add them,
I just did that and I got 496 at the middle school next year.
okay?
Okay, but, so and I believe it's at 504 right now. So I was just wondering the difference, like, when we're rolling children forward, right? So how does that impact the staffing?
So it sounds like that's 8 kids?
Yeah, it's not really
10
impacting the
kids?
staffing at all. That's why I just wanted to explain that these are important things to explain to the public, if we're talking about staffing.
Right.
We don't need exact numbers, we just need to have.
But we do have exact numbers. You just have to add the grades.
So you have to add it. It just
Yeah.
doesn't state it, so.
Well, all of
And then
these
that's-
grades will be moving up one.
Yeah. I think Erica's point, is that when we talk about, changing enrollment, maybe we have one grade that's less than the grade
Yeah, yeah,
above or
yeah.
below it. The impact on staff is not great if we're talking about 10 or 12 students. If we were talking about hundreds of students that we learned that enrollment would have a great impact on staff. But moving from, 508 to 515 or 530 to 510, the impact on staff is not something you're going to see in this FTE report. I think to your question before that you had asked about, enrollment changes at the middle school, we hear a lot. There are the number of sections in 6th grade this year was lower, whereas next year, the 6th grade will need those sections back, right? So what are we doing? It's that smaller cohort may move through the system. That is where we look at our scheduling teams, make sure that our teachers are fully subscribed in the courses they take, which is how we're able to offer our executive functioning course for next year, by making sure that our teachers are taking on that responsibility as a part of their teaching duty and within their contractual agreement. So that is how we are creative with what we can do in changing the UA rotation. So students may not be taking digital literacy next year, they're taking their executive functioning course.
I think,
That's great.
yeah,
Really?
I think it's great that you guys are doing that, but I know that people equate like number of students to number of staff members in the building, and honestly, it's about the need of our kids, right? So that the staffing could still be the same amount the following year, even with less students, because we don't know what that new batch of kids require and what we need to give them to help them to get
Well, that's
ahead,
the special
so.
ed versus gen ed versus
Yeah,
programming.
but I think people can't get lost in just like numbers of staff members, like saying if we have 15 less kids, then we should have like maybe less staff. But what if the other cohort of kids coming through have more needs than the last ones, right? But they actually require more. We might not see a change there at
But
all.
yeah, and that 6th grade class is the anomaly, because when you, like,
The
if I
current
look
6th
now,
grade,
the
right,
current
is
6th
tiny.
grade, it's very tiny.
Mhm.
The 7th grade is 50 students more. The 5th grade is
Oh, yeah.
30 students more.
Yeah.
So
So
the
the
number,
between, so that's what I'm saying, so.
but it's that you're not gonna see a drastic change. Like, I've seen 500 to 482, that's 18 students. While you might think that's a whole section, because you're averaging 3 grades. You can't average the 3 grades, you have to look at each individual
So
grade.
what I'm saying is, so like to make it that, this is something that we hear over and over in the community, which is why I wanted to bring attention to it, so we could explain it to the public. Just like Lauren did, that it's not as simple as bodies and buildings. It's much more complex than
Yeah.
that. But this is what we're hearing, right? We hear it, we see it constantly when we have conversations with people that have a misunderstanding about that set, like elementary staffing does look different than secondary staffing. And we have this anomaly of a grade in between 2 grade levels. So that's just
Yeah.
exactly, I just wanted that to be noted.
And furthermore, it's often sometimes not student need, but it's what do we want out of our program? As an example, many school districts employ instructional coaches to provide supports for teachers to enhance the instructional environment. And so that wouldn't be tied to enrollment necessarily, that would be tied to an instructional philosophy.
Right.
It's very layered.
So we were at the secondary level. Shall we move to the 3 elementary schools?
Yeah. There's a lot of, sorry. There's a lot of changes compared to secondary. And they might not be big changes, but there's like up, down, up, down. So I'm just curious, like overall, what is the picture at elementary? You see like 0.2 less gym, you see an increase in reading teachers, you see, so like, how did our needs change? You need like less special education, TAs, but you need more teachers. Like, that seems like a contradiction, but again, it's based on the need.
Right.
How is, we need less monitors, why, you know, like, what is the overall picture on elementary?
So while the team looks into that, just some general things to remember. This is another year in a new configuration that has allowed us to see how we can deliver it more efficiently. One of those key aspects of that would be itinerant teachers. Do we need itinerant, so moving from one building to another?
Okay.
Is there a need for a gym teacher to split their time between Furnace Woods and?
Looks like it.
Right, as an example. So a lot of times that comes out throughout the middle of a school year and is then reflected in, if not other changes occur, that's then reflected in the staffing picture for the following year. So as an example, we had one full-time teacher at gym teacher at Furnace Woods. During the middle of the year, we were able to work the schedule and allow that teacher to cover a need in another building. So you'll see that reflected.
Right, so I think it's just more accurately coding where people are throughout their day is some of that change. And then I think the other piece, the up and down, is really looking at where we are enrollment wise. So for those, you know, K-1-2 teachers, or, you know, kindergarten and first grade is always kind of every day we could get someone new. So those numbers, you know, that's where we have those contingent positions. This year we did use one of those. We presented the sections last June, and I proposed that we use the contingent position last June to hire to make our sections more even in first grade. So that's something we're constantly monitoring. As far as, and I'll let Chris jump in too, teaching assistants or teacher aides, we had several retirements this year, and let's look at what the need was and the purpose in the building, and either chose not to refill them, or it was a vacancy that we couldn't fill, and then we're able to make do with where we are now, realizing we didn't need to rehire that position.
Yeah, I think the specialists too, again, like in the budget section, I've separated them from like special ed teachers into specific roles that they fill. So that's another change from last year, because you see zeros budgeted for them for last year, but we had them. They were there. They just were all lumped in with teaching instead.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask, finish your thought, because you were.
I was just gonna say, as far as the special ed teaching assistant fluctuation, that's probably through clarification of what actual mandates on IEPs read, as opposed to saying, okay, you know, just because you're classified or an ICT classroom, you automatically get a teaching assistant. So we did some clarification on what the actual mandates specify and, you know, allocated resources based on that.
Chris, can I ask a quick question? Do we have CITs who come into the building, itinerant teachers, or all of our students who have IEPs receive in-building assistance?
In-building assistance from our.
So we don't have any outside CITs. Okay, all right. And that always is going to fluctuate based on, like you said, the mandate, because if a kid, especially if they grow out of a service and they don't need it anymore, it's going to change for that, even that student the next year. So that's, yeah, very fun.
I have a question. I'm looking at this projected sheet. At what number, you see, in the yellow columns, you have the desirable number and then the number of gen ed sections next to it. At what point do you say, like, for example, 7.1, you're gonna be a little bit over maybe like one class, instead of 22, you'll have 23, right? So I don't think you would make each section. What number do you guys say, I think we need one more?
It's not an exact science. It's a conversation of what are the needs in that classroom, what are we capable of providing? In general terms, just to clarify that sheet as well, a desirable number of pupils per class is a term we had to use to begin to budget it, right? You just have to sort of start at a point, and we said, for budgetary projection purposes, let's use a cutoff of 22 students per class to begin to divide our section.
And I think it definitely goes to the student experience and what the day, the program and the class looks like. So last year when we decided to use that contingent position in first grade at Furnace Woods, the disparity between the class size at BV and Furnace Woods would have been more than 4 students or 5 students, which felt like a lot for our students and for our staff. So in order to be more equitable in that area, we wanted to make sure we added that section so that we had a similar number of students across sections in both buildings. So I think it's really looking at each specific cohort of students, their needs. Again, special ed needs affect that too, with who's being pulled in, pushed in, or pulled out of a class. And then what is the whole experience look like?
So it's interesting to see now that the BV and Furnace Woods buildings just happen to be pretty balanced next year, 213 to 206 estimated. But we know the needs in those buildings are different, right? We talked about this a lot. How do we evaluate to ensure that the building that has the higher need for reading or math is getting that? How often do we reevaluate that with staffing so that the needs are being met of the students in wherever they are?
I'll say the overall and then have the team again, as you can see how we approach this. That's a constant evaluation, and it's not a sit down today, we're gonna evaluate. It's just part of our normal lexicon. We have frequent meetings. There's grade level meetings. Our teams have implemented MTSS meetings, data meetings, both separate. There's our normal procedural safeguards that may identify students for additional services, but it's also constant communication with our principals. Whether it be Chris, whether it be Lauren, whether it be myself, Dr. Garcia or Benita, we're in the buildings constantly, visiting classrooms, getting our eyes on them as well. We take meetings whenever the staff requests us to. I've held a couple of meetings with various grade level teachers to say, here's what our experience is, would you consider this? So it's a constant feedback loop is the best way, I guess I would say, we evaluate those needs. So it's not just on outcomes of student benchmarking, it's at all, it's everything that we
Okay,
receive.
so I'm looking at BV has 2 reading teachers allocated next year and Furnace Woods has 2 reading teachers allocated. If I looked at information on students and MTS, kids being pulled for MTSS and kids being pulled for this or kids being pulled for that, the need would be balanced, that it shouldn't be like 2.5 BV and 1.5 Furnace Woods. You see what I'm saying? Like right now we're equal, and I'm assuming that math is equal, but that number is built into the K-1-2 gen ed, right? Because that's not pulled out, because it's their qualification. So I just wanted to call that out because I hear what you're saying, but we also have the wind blocks now and how we're providing that. And do the building wind blocks look similar in how they're using their staff? I mean, I'm just asking, like, making sure that that's evaluated, because the numbers are very similar. Like overall population now is pretty even, right? So we're looking at this really truly from what is the need, not based on the number of sections.
And that goes, just, there is no number, it's set number, it's the student need.
So we would move staff from one building to the other. We have done that this year and move them.
Yeah, we've all at a granular level, to Mr. Tremblay's point and to Dr. Scollins's point, it's constantly happening. MTSS, our counseling center meetings, our mental health team meetings, we've added staff this year based on, staff feedback and need at one particular building for mental health supports, things like that. So we're always assessing that. And then, obviously as a need arises, or for instance, this year alone, I think we had 8 classified students transferring into the district after September. So we are always assessing that and making changes to staffing as needed.
So I have a question about all of the not goals. So PE, behavioral specialists and physical therapists. Obviously I understand that is the work that is needed, the load. We're not hiring a 0.8 of a person or a 0.27. They're likely, the physical therapist, I'm assuming, is shared amongst the district. But for example, let's use PE. We currently have 3 PE teachers among the 3 elementary schools. What does it mean when you have 2.8?
It means that a third person spends 1 period or 2 periods a day in another building, because the 0.8 is just.
Well, where?
Oh, well, you'd have to.
Because it's broken out here by school, so are they going to secondary?
They can go to another school, yeah.
PE is a K through
No,
12
I
certification.
understand that, but I don't see the need. at the high school. So what is that person doing? Are we paying them 0.8 of their salary?
When you say you don't see the need at the high school.
She doesn't need,
It's not, it wasn't in this one. It
she
wasn't a
doesn't
line
see
by line
the,
though.
she doesn't see the other 0.2 is what she's saying.
I do, and in the line by line,
There's
the
no
first,
work for them.
well, the first section that we looked at had that 17%. I think it's that
Okay, but
missing
just go to the
piece.
previous page.
No, yeah, no, I don't see it here, but I did see it when we were looking at the budgeted code.
So we're paying them to do work that doesn't need to be done?
No, there are a number of things other than just what you can see on this paper. There's things such as providing for that lunch and the prep, right? We need to structure our bodies so that everybody has a lunch and a prep. And if you need to, particularly at the elementary level, when students are in specials, that's often time where general classroom teachers take their lunch and their prep. And to accommodate some of that contractual language, you may need to bring in a special teacher to provide that service. We also have, this year we did change our adaptive PE. So there's that program there.
But then why wouldn't you need 3.0?
And
I understand what Alexis is asking. There's 0.2 missing from that, and I don't know, could that be a health? Could they be teaching out, like, is that something they could be
On a
doing?
different line, like coaching or something?
So that, we could look into that.
maybe
I
coded
don't know.
in a different
Carmen,
way.
could you put down, look at PEFT, thank you.
Yep, I'm gonna.
They are fully.
And then behavioral specialist, is that shared amongst all of the schools?
Correct, that's a district-wide
Yeah,
position,
that's
so that's why I
fine.
think it's like 0.2 in each building.
Yeah.
essentially.
Right, because there's see, that makes sense. There's 0.4
Right.
at secondary,
Mhm.
and there's 0.6 at elementary, making one whole.
Correct, yeah.
Right.
Right, physical therapist is 0.27, so then when you look over here, it should be
I don't know
0.63.
if we have any, but you could technically hire someone not.
No, we don't
No.
have
I
anybody
know, we
that's a
don't, I don't think
0.2,
we
but-
do, but you could if you
Yeah,
wanted to.
Sure.
So you could always have someone not be
Oh,
a full
right, so 0.7.
100% of an employee.
Right, that makes sense. So the gym thing doesn't make sense. I just want to make sure that that we're hiring somebody that has a full
Yes.
workload.
And again, these are our projections, not knowing how classes are going to break out too as well. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would just make that a 3.
Well, I'm not making it a 3 until we look into who it is, because I see that right now it says 0.8 and 1.2, right? So I need to figure out where that other 0.2 is. It's somewhere else on here, but perhaps it belongs in there.
It probably could be the middle school, but I don't see it allocated like that.
That's what I feel like I saw it. when we
Right,
were
it
first
could
looking
be
at
that I need to add another 0.2,
actual like salaries.
but I have to check the schedule.
Miscoded.
I think it's miscoded.
Because it could be someplace, as Jill said, PE and health are
two?
certified.
Well, the health is, we have 2 health teachers apparently we have 2 health teachers at the high school too. I think we only have 1.
Oh, right, because Mr. Eisen's.
No, we have two health teachers at high school.
Yeah, but not for next year. There's gonna be 2 health teachers at the high school.
We're still looking into where, how we're gonna allocate that in the certifications, and then also it will have an effect
No,
on
but like,
the executive functioning course in the middle school and Henhood Life, so we're working through that
because
process.
Henwood Life is moving to.
Correct.
Maybe in a different.
That's what I meant, Nicole.
So I was surprised to see 2 there and then the number of gym teachers go down as well.
So this is a PE teacher who's also teaching health, and there may be that
No.
on a different budget line.
It's more, I think it seems probably like maybe the coding, we just.
Yeah, it just, the 0.2
So
didn't get
are
added to
we
the
gonna
record.
have 3 elementary gym teachers?
Yes.
And we're gonna have
So we're not gonna have.
2,
0.8.
we're gonna have, we're gonna.
Like, we'll just take one arm.
We're not, no,
They just don't work the full day.
we have the same
And then you
number
don't
of.
I'll sign up for that one.
We ended up, when you do the math, we ended up with the same number of gym teachers.
Got it.
1 extra health teacher, which may be at the middle school because we're moving him to Life.
And that's considered a health teacher.
Oh, that is the way the course is coded currently, yes.
Like well.
life skills. Just to clarify as well, the 3 contingent positions in the Frank G. Lindsay line that does not necessarily mean that contingent position will be allocated for Frank G. Lindsay. That's just where we put it for budgetary and projection purposes.
Adapted PE. Have it in the graph?
No, we gotta go to district-wide.
Okay,
Maybe.
that is up to the board to decide.
Decide what? Did we decide superintendent?
Yeah, do we need to
District-wide
transition
position.
in?
I
Actually,
That is a,
Sure about that, we have 5 minutes.
I think we, 1.2 superintendent.
1.2. You point two at a time. Mr.
I
Chair.
serve at the purview of the Board of Education.
He's making copies.
I'll teach a
When
point two of
necessary.
a.
When
class.
necessary.
You did teach a class on Monday to the staff.
I did.
Where do we go next?
District-wide. Confidentials are, it's primarily a clerical role, civil service role that supports a position within the district that has sensitive information and negotiating. So it's for instance, Carmen, do you mind if I talk about you? Carmen is identified as a confidential employee.
Yeah.
It's a civil service title.
Just outed her.
Nothing to do with labor relations, we're engaged in those things.
Right.
She's not allowed to tell you how many plants I have killed this year. So,
I do.
Lauren, your question was?
Principal?
Yes, so if you look down the lines, you can see we had a district-wide principal. And then there is a change from one year to the next.
We have an additional one this year that will be retiring at the end of this year.
Oh, yeah, got it.
I don't have any questions anymore. I figured it out.
Okay, so that is the district-wide staffing. If there's any questions on that?
The title is.
Real quickly, as we transition, if we go to the next slide, I wanted to allow Dr. Scollins, Mr. Moreno, and Ms. Joy to share with the board, now that we have a better understanding of our budget, we've gone through our budget development sessions. What programs have we either put in place this year, plan to put in place next year, or in future years? Because we've talked about.
What?
Hi,
No, you're
Hi,
no?
oh, sorry,
Oh, it's okay.
quick question. We had a question on the side of the table. What of the high school administration we have in the budget for a principal and 2 assistant principals?
Correct. So
What is-
currently, right now, we have a high school principal, a high school assistant principal, and then an interim administrator for student supports.
Yes,
Did I get the name right? Yes. And so that is a teacher on special assignment
yes,
through the end of this year.
yes.
That is a individual who came out of the classroom to provide that in accordance with an HHEA contract line, but an additional support, not on the administrative line. We anticipate that we will return to our high school, we'll have an additional second assistant principal at the high school. So we will continue what was budgeted from last year to next year. And so there will be it'll be similar staffing number.
Okay, so no.
But the role will be different.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I totally
That's
interrupted
wonderful.
We have been looking at ways to articulate what are some improvements we are able to make at no cost or low cost within the program to ensure that, because we always talk about this, we're finding efficiency, we're finding ways to deliver instruction and improve instruction or improve our operations and support within the budget that we have. And we wanted to take a moment at this time in our budget development to go through some of those matters in a 30,000 foot view. So first of all, we'll take a look at our instructional program for next year. So Dr. Scollins.
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about some of the work that we've been engaging in at every level, really looking at data. And Vinitha started our day today talking with us about different ways to look at our student data, especially at our elementary level, and really making sure that we examine who our students are and where they're performing through multiple ways. At the high school, that is looking at performance-based assessments, not just standardized testing or the traditional testing model. Really looking at the data and the students in front of us when we're crafting lessons and not just teaching fractions the way we've always taught it. So really spending time looking at research-based instruction. We know we have our HMH program at the elementary school that we are digging into and really spending time thinking about how we teach. I'm excited to share that at this past Monday's superintendent conference day, we had over 36 sessions that members of the teaching staff and administrative staff led about different ways of instruction, assessment, instructional practices for the classroom. So that is exciting work that we have going on across the district, and that was K-12. Something that we are examining specifically at the high school level, but probably will take on something larger, is really student portfolios to capture growth over time. And really, what do our students know? And as Lisa spoke about earlier, connected to the portrait of a graduate that New York State has with those elements and competencies that we would hope our students graduate with. And then this year at the elementary level, we have added the what I need period, where students are really spending time on exactly what they need. And that is through the MTSS process, which I think Mr. Marino's going to talk about on the next slide.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. So, yes, a big push this year, obviously, between Dr. Collins and I and the rest of the cabinet has been really focusing on our MTSS process here in the district, making sure it is uniform to a certain degree with certain protocols, practices, and procedures, that the conversations we're having are regular. They are focused on student learning, student data, and then really targeting need as opposed to looking at more of the pull-out model or a one-size-fits-all model, really looking at and boiling it down to each individual student and what they need in that moment. And hopefully, as many people said, not living in that AAS model, but just visiting and then coming back to the general education setting as much as possible. We've also looked at increasing supports as needed. So in discussions with staff, building principals, we've bolstered our staffing supports for our Ready Set Regulate program, which allows for support for students who have maybe social, emotional, or behavioral dysregulation throughout the day, and making sure that they can continue in the general education or least restrictive environment for them. That increasing partnerships with outside agencies such as Northwell Health, which has been a big success for us this year and very supportive of our overall school community. And then looking at our program offerings. So we're constantly looking at our special education programs. Are we offering the right programs? Are we making sure that students are, receiving the appropriate amount of inclusion within the general education setting, and targeting the needs of specific students? And that also includes looking at our CPSE population and other needs that are trends and things of that nature. And then, add whenever possible through scheduling and communication with our building administrators, adding educational interventions to some of our support programs. So for instance, next year, we're looking to add consistent educational interventions within our Flex Middle School program, which services students who may be school avoidant or class avoidant, and making sure they're not missing out on instructional time.
Send it over to Vinitha for our next slide and talking about how improvements we made with technology.
All right, some of the things that in technology will be being continued to work with is our enhanced communication through Parent Square, our website. Those of you if you remember 5 years ago, when we had the old website, every week, every 2 weeks, I would get a complaint from a parent saying like, it's a broken link, I don't have the information. So we've been actively working on that. And for the last year or 2 years, I would say we don't get a lot of complaints about communication, right? We are communicating enough, and parents are able to navigate the website and find information. So that's definitely on our forefront. security and safety and security. So we implemented the hall pass soft launch at the high school. We've been getting a lot of feedback from staff about, where our students are now, like when they come to the library, they're checking into the library. So we're able to see the student left the ISS room or they left the study hall and they're now in the library. So we're planning on expanding that. There's no cost to it because we already have the program. We are planning on doing that at the middle school next year. Be doing a lot of work with Amanda's team we never had a 5-year plan for security. So that's something that we've been working together on, cameras and signages around the districts to be more security oriented. Cybersecurity and infrastructure. This is always, maybe not everybody in the district cares, but this is always one of the first things I think about when we are putting anything in place. Might make people's life a little bit harder, like when we are putting security in place, but continuing on, we do still get a lot of phishing emails. We want to make sure that our network is tight. So email security and phishing and pen testing and also backup. So I don't think anything would ever happen under my watch, but if anything did happen, we do want to make sure that we have a good backup of our system, which we do. We're planning on looking at that through the lyrics so we can get aid back from the state. Data-driven instruction, I really do want to say this is my 5th year here. This year we have gotten a lot more requests for data than any other year. Definitely high school principal and middle school principal now is very interested in looking at attendance data. So Link It is our data platform. We will expand that use continuing on to the secondary. I'm right now getting a quote for how much is going to be for expanding it into the middle school too. I think it would naturally be a great fit for our district to do a lot more data-driven instruction. And Lauren and Chris kind of talked about the MTSs and the benchmark tools and things like that, that technology supports and making sure those are going into place. We do have a technology plan, a 3-year technology plan that's due. Conversations that came up is a lot around digital balance and AI literacy. So when we had that session, there was a lot of conversation from teachers about balancing the computer use in the classroom and how are we preparing the students for this AI world. So that is one of the goals in the tech plan for the next 3 years on how we can provide some of the PD for our teachers and how that looks like on a K-12 continuum.
Thank you, Vinitha. Thank you, Lauren, for facilitating while I was stepping away. Greg, we're gonna stay on that slide for a second. I'd ask the Board of Education to go back to the goldenrod slides. I'm sorry, public comment time.
Yeah, that's
Carmen, at this time, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yay! Well, it's gonna drive you nuts, thank you.
Before we begin, wanted to know the board's, we do have a policy where we normally do not respond to questions at the table. Would the board entertain a motion to waive that portion of that policy for this meeting?
Motion to waive that policy for this afternoon.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you. First, I'd like to appreciate all the work you guys do. It's quite mind-boggling to see. So I have 3 questions. I keep seeing the 3 numbers. 8.25, which is an override for the tax levy. What is it now? 2.82 for the tax increase. And 6.63, I don't really get what that is. And then what is the actual tax increase you're asking for in the vote?
Sure. Greg, would you mind going back to our parameters slide? So Ms. Ferris, if I hear you asking correctly, what are we currently looking at as of today.
Yeah, as of
Because
today.
we're still in the continue,
Right.
we're still developing our budget. What is the board looking to do in terms of meeting the $6.6 million budget increase? That is addressed in our first parameter, where the board is looking to make appropriate expenditure reductions, utilize whatever state aid we get, which we don't know, it's not finalized yet. And of known numbers, we anticipate, as of today, using $6.6 million from the fund balance and a local tax levy of an increase to the levy of 8.24%.
That answers all three of them?
Which, the other two are for projection-based purposes.
The 8.25 override?
8.24.
That's 8.24?
So Greg, if you go to the slide on financial projections, so we often review financial projections because of the situation that we are in. Next slide. These are data points here that we are going to revisit either at this meeting or in future meetings to explore and help the board continue to be informed of options that they may choose related to the levy increase, the use of fund balance, to help address our long-term financial situation, given the shutdown of Indian Point and how we have to address that revenue loss. So those are just hypothetical documents to look at to help inform the board on making a final decision.
Okay, I think you're asking what the difference is in the different percentages, right? So the 6.63% is just the budget to the budget. So
How much
all
from
the
last year
expenditures
to
from
this year?
last year that were
Okay.
budgeted versus all the expenditures that were
Got
budgeted
it.
for this year. The 8.24 would be the amount of the levy difference from last year to this year. And just to show the difference between those two numbers, the levy is only part of the revenues that we get to support it. And then the 6.6 million that's coming from fund balance is either you put more towards taxes or you take more from fund balance. So right now, we're utilizing 6.6 million to help that gap close.
And then what's the 2.82?
Oh, the 2.82, okay, so we're mandated by the state to do a tax cap calculation. If we use that calculation, it allows us to go up in the tax levy by 2.82 without getting a supermajority vote. So it wouldn't yield enough, excuse me?
It's called piercing.
Yeah, you can
Piercing,
refer to it as
override,
that,
all those.
yeah, you could refer to it as that.
So, just to clarify, because I know there's, right here, sorry, it's echoing. That was the number that I wanted to clarify for you. A lot of times people assume every year the tax cap, that number should be about 2%, because that was for a while. There is a whole formula that goes through to create that number. Last year, our number, Jill, was 4.57.
Correct.
Okay, 4.57, and we had estimated we thought coming into this year, we should be around that number or maybe a little higher, given things. And that's why I asked the clarifying question earlier to Jill. This year, it was actually even lower before, when it first came back to us.
Right, it all depends on your level of debt. It kind of controls what the percentage goes to.
And
because you're allowed to incorporate that into the formula, the debt level. So once that debt level changes, that can change where you can.
And so
go
we
up.
thought going into this year, it was gonna at least match last year, maybe be a little bit higher. But Jill, in fixing our budget codes and finding things that were not done correct, by fixing that, which we do want to fix, it impacted our tax cap, right? So she fixed something and it lowered what our tax cap that we thought we were going to get. So it projected us at a 2.82.
Instead of what we thought would be.
At least, like, we figured probably somewhere like around the 5% area.
Thank you, Jill. That was another question, my other question. What's the estimate of the increased revenue with the corrected codes? Do you know?
The estimate of the increased.
You said the changing codes
So,
is gonna
well-
increase revenue?
Well, what we've done is kind of looked at how we're getting state aid
Right, from the
and
state.
different areas of aid that we get. maybe we're not being maximized, right? So I know we had some additional building aid come in this year, which is what lowered, because you put your building aid against your debt level, and that's what controls your formula somewhat. So the aid was higher because of projects that were not filed before, but now are. So we're gonna get an influx of aid, which lowers the cap. So it lowers your ability to tax, and in our situation, that's not a good thing.
In school finance, it tends, particularly with the tax cap, good news is always bad news. Right? If you get more state aid, your tax cap is lower. If you lose a pilot, your tax cap can be higher. So all those trade-offs are there. And what makes it even more complicated is that we often don't find out our final state aid until after we adopt our budget.
That's crazy. Then my last question is the mandate to balance the budget. Wouldn't there be some sort of extension allowed as the school district was stranded from losing over 28 million a year from Indian Point? It's kind of crazy for the state to think we can balance a budget anytime soon with that kind of loss of revenue.
Yes.
Kind of crazy.
It's what keeps us up at night.
So that's where, that's where this,
It's not logical.
that's where this community really shows its care and concern for our schools. The amount of advocacy that is ongoing in this district is truly inspiring, because it's a one-size-fit-all statute that doesn't necessarily fit our community. So yes, we will continue to advocate.
But isn't there something available now?
No.
Like, when's the mandate to balance the budget? Every year you've got to
Every
balance the
year.
budget?
Every year.
Yeah, it's not like the towns and counties where they,
Well, it just doesn't make any sense. They expect the taxpayers to make up $29 million.
So we're doing
That's where it
everything in our
is.
power to mitigate that.
Well, not everybody signed up on those cessation or stranded acts. I keep looking. We're under, I sent it to a lot of people to do it. But
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
should
keeping an eye
Have
on
that
that.
pop up on the website,
Yes.
because people, you can't find it. I know you said it's getting better. I can't ever find anything on our website. I keep asking Carmen to send it to me. Thank you, Carmen. Okay, again, thanks for all.
Thank you for joining
Thank you
us.
so
thank you.
Thank you for staying connected and dialed in with us and asking those questions.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so that brings us back. Carmen, do we have anybody else signed up to speak? Sorry.
So I would suggest the board that moving on from public comment, we go right into our next codes, our next set of codes, which will include general support, pupil transportation, community services, and undistributed categories. I am going to have to step out for a few brief moments. I will turn this over to Jill to run the line by line of these codes. We will begin at the 5510, which I believe is page 9, the 5530, which is page 9, the bottom of page 9, in the goldenrod section, and the 9732 code, which is the top of page 10, which all relate to transportation. We are also joined this afternoon by our Director of Facilities, Mr. Mandelli. I'm sorry, Chief. That's the Director of Facilities for Pelham. Yes, he's actually enjoyed retirement. We are joined by our wonderful Director of Facilities, Mr. Merlini. Mr. Merlini, next 4 a.m. phone call, you can remind me I said that.
Just show up with Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes. So again, this will focus on transportation. And Jill, while we're here, do you want to allude, when you get to it, do you want to allude to what a proposition might be coming out of this?
Sure.
Okay. So I will turn it over to Jill.
So the 5510 is our transportation and garage budget. So it includes the salaries and whatnot of the drivers and the chauffeur driver, the small bus drivers, the big bus drivers, all of our four mechanics, I think. Anthony's not paying attention. And the supplies and materials, gasoline to run the buses, et cetera. So everything's pretty much indicative of what we're doing at the current time. There's nothing, I see, the overtime has increased. We're taking a look at overtime in general for transportation. we're actually having an audit on overtime before the end of June. So that's something we are taking a look at. I know it's gone up and you'll see that here. But also keep in mind, drivers are difficult to get. So when we do, what happens is we have drivers that are willing to work overtime, which is also to our favor because, another person and another salary and another set of benefits also costs a great deal of money. So the overtime has been impacting that department, but we're taking a look at that.
Because diesel is up 140%.
So I'm a little concerned about the gas budgeting because when we developed the budget, we didn't have the gas prices that we have today. But again, it's one of those things that's very unpredictable from year to year. So we try to put in contingency for that, but that can blow your budget out of the water as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it is right now. You wanna talk?
You can talk now. You were having a little side conversation.
No, I mean, to further your point, the budgets were developed pre-war, so no one, I mean, not that you couldn't anticipate something was gonna happen, but some things happen and come up and things like that, so. When we developed the budgets, they were based on the information and data that we had regarding fuel prices and where they were gonna go. We do build in contingencies into it, so even with my fuel costs for the buildings, there's some contingencies built into it as well. And fuel costs will also impact your electric costs because if fuel is going up, natural gas prices and diesel fuel, that's gonna make your electric go up as well. So it's kind of all plays together.
Yeah. Question, do we have a date yet for when our buses are coming in? Don't laugh.
Well, it keeps getting pushed with us, so all our gas buses have, that we purchased came in. So we got all those, we're just waiting on the 2 electric ones. It's not a bad thing that they're not here yet, because we don't have the infrastructure and the charging stations installed in the bus garage yet to charge them. So if we got the buses, there are facilities around that we could charge them at, but we wouldn't be able to charge them necessarily maybe here. So those 2 things tie in hand. We're working with Con Edison and we're working with our supplier to get those chargers installed as fast as possible. And then I think the buses will be shortly thereafter. The last time that I knew that the buses were coming, and I have to verify with our transportation director, they were supposed to be here at the end of February. Obviously that didn't transpire, so.
And I know we said it might come up here. Some of those changes that we would need for those electric buses, like the infrastructure and everything else, will that appear on the budget here? Would it appear on a proposition? Where would we see that?
For the infrastructure that we have now, for the 2 buses that we're getting those charges, those will be covered underneath the grant.
Okay.
So we have a grant in place for that. If there's like minor costs that are associated with that, we can absorb that in our functioning budget right now. I don't foresee something happening next year. We'll probably do that under some grants as well. But again, we have some infrastructure money that's in our budgets, whether it's in the transportation code or the facilities code, that we can handle a couple of more charging stations as well. Moving forward though, we are working with an organization to develop a full electrification plan. And we spoke with them, I believe, on Wednesday, and to review that plan, and they're laying that out. We had some further discussion about where we could put charging stations, so we had some more development conversation the other day in regards to that. And then we were talking about Con Edison, so they've been in conversation with Con Edison behind the scenes and discussing how we would get from A to B. Right now, we can handle chargers inside the building with the infrastructure that we have. But once we get to a certain point, like 5 buses or so, then they'll probably have to put in a pole transformer, like a 200 kV or something like that on the pole. That's easier to do. And then long term, they'll probably have to put a pad transformer in, and then that will take care of the whole fleet once we get to that fleet electrification plan.
And as far as the proposition goes, so we will have a proposition, we're planning to have a proposition on the ballot Of course, to replace a couple of our buses, we try to do that, every year so that it's something that we spread out over time. And we still have 10 years before transitioning to totally a new fleet. As far as we know, they haven't pushed that date yet, but hopefully they will. And then also in that proposition included is money to replace a lift that we haven't had use of in, I don't know how many years, but it needs to be, it's there, but it's old, it's not working, so we need to have replaced that structure with a new one. So there's money in the proposition for that, and that item is around $350,000.
So several years back, we put a new bus lift on the one bay, so that's been all upgraded. That handles all our buses from a small van, a pickup truck, all the way to a large 72 passenger, and it'll also hold the weight of an electrified bus as well. And then to move forward, we're gonna need a lift on the other service bay to replicate that one. It just enhances the operation. We have 3 mechanics. It's really not good to only have one lift with 3 mechanics. We put another lift in, we have another bay that we can get 2 buses up in the air, whether it's a van, bus, full size, whatever, and we can do a lot more work inside that bus garage.
I don't know if this is the time for me to ask this question.
Sure.
Or if it during like a facilities meeting. Lately, anytime I'm driving to come to a meeting here, there's work that's happening on the new construction right here. And I'm seeing a lot of Con Ed, and that's almost directly right outside of where our bus garage is. Is that going to impact our energy and our Con Ed, like, to have all these buses, and are we ready for that?
As of right now, they're not indicating that it is. Well, we're gonna be standalone and they're gonna be standalone too. So I would assume that new facility that's going in, back behind Buchanan Hardware, they're gonna have their own transformer set up as well. So they'll be taking power off the pole, and they're telling me that there's gonna be enough power in the area that we'll be able to electrify our bus garage with enough power so we can have charging stations.
That was
As of
actually,
right now.
that was actually the question I was gonna piggyback on, because Buchanan's talking about all these apartments to come, right? Like, how does that affect us as a district as a whole when our charging station is gonna be pretty much right there? Are there any like new locations you guys are looking to, or it has to be there?
For the charging, for the buses? We haven't looked, property is a premium, so you need space to do these things. I don't know if that property is gonna be fully developed, because that was kind of something that football, the kids keep passing back and forth. If there is an opportunity at one point in time, maybe it's advantageous to purchase a piece of that property. I don't know, but that's a process. That's not something that just happens overnight. There's a vote, and you have to go through an environmental assessment. There's a lot of pieces that go into that puzzle, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's transportation, or anybody else with questions? No? Okay, and then I guess we have a plan to move to operations and maintenance. So you wanna,
Those codes
if
are
anybody
page-
has questions, we'll look
Those
through there.
codes are page 1 and 2.
Yeah, so those are the codes 1620, 1620, and 1621.
The same thing's gonna transpire in there. We have increases there for utility costs. And in regards to utility costs, we kind of covered that a little bit. With everything, we don't know where the fuel prices are gonna go. There are some contingencies built into there and some escalation that was built into there. So we did have a little bit. And typically what happens during the course of the year, electric goes up, fuel prices go down, fuel prices go up, electric goes up. Sometimes they mirror each other. So I have to kind of like move money around between a couple of those utilities to codes to pay for one to pay for the other, depending on what transpires and how mild of a winter we have, or like this past winter, we had a very cold winter. So we were using our fuel a lot and we were using our equipment a lot. So what happens there is that our electric bill goes up because we have big motors that are running the pumps that are pumping the heat throughout the buildings. And when we have cold snaps like that, we generally keep the heat running longer. And on the weekends, because we don't want to have freeze ups and then have things break, and then we have to pay for repair costs, so all those things play into it as well. I did sit down with Joe a little bit, and from our original, presentation, I was asked to see if there was any, nominal cuts that could be made. And I sat with Joe and we went over a couple things, so we're able to take out percentage here, or 10% here, 3% here, 4% there, out of some of my other codes, to kind of like, help with achieving the budget that you guys want to do with him, so.
I also, this year, put in a line in the budget for the capital reserve. So we, as you know, passed that, proposition last year to, allow the district to have a capital reserve. And that was voted on, and to begin funding it, so I put a line in the budget for that. And it was set at 200,000.
I don't have a question. I just want to say, I love everything that, like, I just love walking into our buildings now. It just feels different. It feels like there's care being really poured into it. So I just want to thank you and your staff for everything that you guys are doing, because we see it and we hear it from parents, and it's truly appreciated.
I appreciate the feedback. Like I said, I love being inspired by you guys. I love having, my budget lines, and you guys have given me some extra funds over the last couple of years, so that's greatly appreciated. And like, to your point, you can see it going back into the buildings as much as I possibly can. We have a lot longer way to go, obviously. But as long as it's there and I have the support, we're gonna put it right back into the buildings and do everything we gotta do to make them the best they can do, so.
Oh, this is, Ashley, a question for both you and Vinitha. We had talked about how our sign in the front of the high school specifically is so outdated. Do we have any plans in the future to either replace it, update it? I know it's not in this year's budget, but thinking forward, I know that's something that we've.
That's not like a long term.
No, but like the
It's
actual equipment is
it's
outdated
fixed
and we
now.
can't get the right plugs in order to make it work functionally. So as you're talking about like projects that we need to do and things that we're thinking about making the district itself look visually appealing and staying up to date so we can actually change the words on the sign, not for this year's budget, but looking forward as we develop new budgets. Is that something that we should be looking to do in the future?
You wanna start with anything?
I know you guys have been talking about this because somebody's out there on their hands and knees typing in letters every day.
It should not be anymore.
Okay,
So,
good.
as of last week, we did update the signs. Yes, it is an older sign. It's over 12 years old, but in 12 years is not a long time. But according to the company, everything is end of life on that. But we realized one of the things after talking to them for a long time, actually our network administrator, he's been talking to them and realized it was the controller that's not working. And it actually had a SD card that saves what we're sending to it. It's like the old camera SD card. So that's what was not working. So we did replace that. We were able to replace that. That's why you see the sign up. It is actually updating now.
Great.
I sent out an email thanking them for, getting that done, Anthony's team and my team, Brian. And it is a temporary, like I told Anthony as well, it's not, because it is an end of support product. If this breaks, it's like a patchwork what we have done to get this going. It's not cheap. That's where Anthony comes in. So I know we've been talking a lot about the sign and.
And we've been
future
talking
is.
about updating signage all around the district, and that's like the big one, right?
Yeah, it's the
So,
most visual, it's most
Right,
seen,
yeah.
and it's right in the middle of the community.
yeah,
Right? So, that sign, I don't know if you remember what was there before, but there was a wooden sign in between the two brick structures that were there. For cost effectiveness, what they did was we took out the wooden sign and then we had a company of Daktronics, they fabricated a sign that would fit in between that structure, so we didn't have to build a whole new structure. So it's not custom built to that, but the sign is a certain size and then they make filler pieces in for the sides. So to do the same thing again, we would have to go through that same process unless we wanted to change out the whole brick structure that's there. Quick cost that the company came back to me, it was roughly about $24,000 just for the sign. And then on top of that, you have to pay for installation. So someone would have to come in, they'd have to, you know, make all the electrical connections, make all the data connections, all those kinds of things. So I usually, and I was talking to Vineetha about it, I usually double the material cost with labor cost. So you're looking about $50,000, or it could be cheaper, it could be more, I don't know, but somewhere in that ballpark to be safe to replace that sign.
Right.
So for right now, for a $1,200 fix to buy a new controller to get it up and running, that seemed like the most viable option at that point.
Yeah, duct tape and toothpicks until it dies,
Well, it's a little more than that. I mean, it's what was there before.
Right,
It
it's
was a
VHS, but we-
controller that was
yeah,
there
keep
before, we
going,
just
right?
bought a new controller and put it in. And we have that same ability to change the sign from up here. We go on a computer in the main office and they type in what they want to see on the sign and it appears on the sign. So we're in for one, in terms of functionality of what we had before, we have that same functionality of before it went down. It's just a matter of the new signs that are now are not going to be like, for lack of a better term, like a dot matrix. They're going to be like
An LED or something.
an LED sign, and that's where they're, you know, progressing to. So that would be the, you know, the new state of the art or whatever they have now.
Project.
And
Yes.
it's technology based, so I mean, years ago, you used to buy a computer, in a couple of years it was outdated, now you can have a computer for like 5 years, maybe more. But it's the same thing, it's all tech based, so it goes out of date, and that's why it's kind of
Yeah.
obsolete.
But what you're talking about sounds like, and Jill and I think a great grant project, a great idea for one of the foundations that work with the district
That's
to
how,
maybe take on
that's
some,
part of how we funded it the first time.
yeah, advanced
Yeah.
signage for our district.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal what's out there. It,
As long as it
does
works
what
for them.
yeah, we have updated the wireless bridge, we have updated weatherproofing for the stuff that's inside, because otherwise when it rained, it stopped working, so it's weatherproof. So there's a lot of improvements we have done on this
So one of
sign
these
to make
days-
it work.
We'll find a grant and get you a new sign.
Great.
All right, future, sorry. I know that's not this budget, but
No, but
is it something we could even consider?
it's worthwhile to talk about.
Yeah. And, is Amanda still here or no? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I have, as a board member, I'm on the facilities committee for the first time this year, and I have like grave concerns about what the next 10 years looks like from a building improvement, facilities improvement, standpoint. Now, that's not to say that all the stuff that we're working on right now isn't happening and it's all awesome and great. It's all small peanuts, but is there some sort of process in place? Whereas, you know, underspending the budget is great, right? Because it just kind of goes to our reserves and our fund balance. But if you don't use the money, right, revenues and expenses, you have to sort of balance that. If there are certain expenses that we anticipate in this budget and we don't use it, are there ways to, and this is obviously, has to be a priority of the board, but also the superintendent, right? Because once we approve it, it's really his money and his budget. To ensure that if we find an area to save money, like, can we allocate that money to do a project? Meaning Anthony's budget only goes so far. So can we kick him like, oh, there's an extra 50,000 here. What can we improve structurally in our buildings?
Sure, like at the end of every school year, around this time, we stop spending at a certain period of time, try to get a handle on what funds we're gonna have remaining at the end of the school year. Not wanting to use that money specifically for that, because we have other things too, but we definitely work together to have those discussions, because that's when Anthony gets to plan his summer projects and things that are gonna, you know, he's gonna be able to do over the summer. So they may not be specifically, like you said, budgeted for, but finding whatever financial position we're in the spring could, you know, alleviate that, and he can, you know, do a project or two over the summer that he wasn't anticipating.
Right,
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Alexis, I was thinking the same kind of wavelength there of, there's so much stuff that has to be done for our facilities, just to even like upkeep, not even to
bring to the next level, just to upkeep, to make sure that, you know, tiles don't fall in from a leaky roof or something. And we keep going back to, we lost 25% of our budget, or 25 million from our budget that was being given to us. I think it's really important to make sure that we keep reminding the community that we have to make those, like, if people want to drive by and see that sign with every kid's name, every senior's name, and what their future plans are, there's a cost to everything. And, you know, when people complain about a field or a garden or something, we see it as well, and we want to fix it. But if there's not enough money in a budget to do that, we can't, you know? So I just think we have to keep reminding every time that we can. We want to make those fixes, but we can only stretch a budget so far. So if we want to make more improvements, we have to invest more money in somewhere, whether it's taking from something else or putting more money into the pot, or saying, let's do another capital project and we'll put this money in. Like, there has to be, we know, we're well aware, we can look around and see what's not there, but you can't make things happen if you don't have the money to support your job. So I think we just have to keep reminding the community of that as well.
That's great. Maintain the facilities, you know, maintains property values as well, so it's important.
I think we're ready to go to the next one.
Can move on. Safety and security is part of this area of the budget as well. I think there's only 3 lines in the budget that support the security, but I think the changes that we're making towards, I don't know if Amanda talked over her budget with you at all, but I know she came and presented to everybody, but if anybody has any specific questions about security, you can try and answer them.
Ethan knows a little bit about what we're trying to do in terms of, like, you know, the security and safety and like the camera program and door locks and everything like that, so.
Yeah, there's only 3 lines and I think we're.
Yeah, she answered a lot of the questions when she came for her presentation.
So there's a 5-year plan or something like that with the cameras and everything, so.
Yeah, we did a 5-year plan walkthrough for, with day automation for all of our 5 schools to look at. We still have analog cameras in the district, so we want to switch them to IP cameras because the feed that you get on them is very outdated, and also the new cameras, you can actually have more intelligence built into it to track if there was something that we needed to do. So we are always in conversation almost on a daily basis about what we need to do and where we are upgrading things for sure.
So we can move to, if everybody's good with that, we can move to the last 2 areas of the budget, which, well, it's really, it's the beginning of the budget, first page, superintendent's office, human resources, business office, finance, that area of the budget. And I can speak to some of it. I have our, again, looking at those codes, if anybody has any questions. I know I've gone over some of this at the board meetings already, what it covers.
What's the question?
Yes, section, or is there any money coming anywhere, materials like photography and this?
Can you say that?
Yeah, no, I thought you wanted me to.
Oh, no, no, I'm good. Sorry. I don't know if I can even answer that, but I just wanted to hear it.
So I just was sort of thinking things through. Is there a line item anywhere? Has there ever been, can there be for, like photography of of the district, like of our schools, of, to be using on our website, on materials. I just happened upon a picture of BV on the town's website that is a little bit scary looking. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we should plan for in some sort of one of these. Is it somewhere?
Well, I mean, we have some public relations going on, and we also have a person that we contract with from BOCES as well. And he, the person that does the newsletter and whatnot. And I know you probably work with him to put things on the website or, I mean, other than that, I don't, there's no specific line item for that.
Yeah, all we have is basically like, updating our website and updating parents' career information and getting the newsletters out and communications out. But we don't have a full-time person who's actively looking to take pictures and updating, that type of thing. But I know it's always something that Mike has talked about, like.
I think one of the things that we struggle with sometimes is like, we go through the pictures and we're just like, this isn't, it doesn't reflect I have to find the right word. It doesn't
Updated.
reflect their schools. It just feels old and not like,
Not good quality.
not good quality. I just feel like our website, like if you go to any other district's website and log on, the pictures that they have that represent like their school, it's like someone sat there and like really fixed it up really nicely. So when you go on, you're like, oh my gosh, I want to move to that district. Look how great this school is. And I think our pictures are good, but they're not great. And I'm a very visual person. I love a great presentation because I think before you learn anything about a district, you're gonna go on that site and get feedback as to what that district is just by glancing through what you're seeing. And I just think there needs to be like some forward thinking of just how we can really jazz up our imagery on our website and just sort of bring it future forward. That's the word I'll use, future forward.
Yeah.
So we're in the.
If I step on anything, just let me know. Joe, could you point me to where we do have public relations services budgeted for 1010?
So we have it in the BOCES code, right?
I believe we transferred it this year,
We
correct?
put it back into our
We
budget.
put it back in the superintendent's
Right,
budget.
but it's in a BOCES
code.
code
Correct.
because it's a person that we
Yes.
contract BOCES with.
So we, as Jill just said, we utilize a BOCES PR service, and that's wonderful. I think if you, it's all about, normally with, you work with BOCES, the person you get assigned, the person we have assigned to us, I think is wonderful. They are limited in what their scope of they are allowed to do for us. BOCES services, while wonderful in general terms, are limited in scope to what you're allowed to do, right? Because it makes sense. The COSERs, which are the state laws that allow us to access BOCES services, they don't want you just saying, oh, I'll buy that through BOCES, and then you get state aid on it, and they are very delineated and specific in what is allowed to be provided. So there's that limitation there. What we will consider and what we are considering for next year, there's money within that BOCES code that's allocated that BOCES code. Can we utilize that money in the same amount that's there and look to hire perhaps a dedicated person in-house? So one of the benefits of BOCES is they don't pay, you pay, but you don't pay direct benefits, right? So we would have to consider that. We would have to negotiate what that service might look like. Right now, I'm leaning towards it's probably a contractual service with the individual, an independent contractor. But that is our initial plan, after the budget vote, if it's successful.
So you can take what's been allocated.
Correct.
And use it for that.
Yeah, so there's funds available. It just
Yeah.
depends on how we want to utilize.
Yeah, just like one of the pictures online, right? Like I'll just give an example, right? Over the summer when the buildings were like beautiful and all the landscaping was done, it was like a perfect time to go take some amazing pictures of our buildings. All of our pictures are in the middle of winter. It looks drabby, it looks dead, it looks like a deserted place that nobody should want to go to. And I just feel like we need to make it look better. And I think that's a part of just, we need to be forward thinking. Like, we know the summer when Anthony is done with those buildings, it's pretty perfect because nobody's in them yet. But that's the perfect time to go take all the beautiful pictures when the landscaping is done and then upload it all to where we need it to go. That's just.
And make sure the town has them.
Yeah.
All the local real estate websites. I don't know if anyone's ever looked at them.
Oh,
Some of them have sent drones over and captured like weird drone footage of like dead fields and things, but like most of the pictures are really not a good representation of, you know, what these schools are.
Yeah.
And so those pictures could really do a lot of extra work for us to like get people to be like, oh, that, you know, that looks like a cute school on a nice street that my kids could go to. Like right now, if I saw that picture, I'd be like.
But also with amazing programs, let's not forget all the
So
stuff.
I'm saying, they don't know that until they click the box and decide to move here, you know?
Okay.
So we'll have that.
So noted.
We do have it in our, we have that in
Thanks,
our,
guys.
in our approach, but we will definitely also write it down. So,
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
about.
So looking through that first page, does anybody have any more concerns or questions or concerns? Basically, standard operational stuff, you know.
I was just gonna ask about, are we down like not the 2020s, right? We're just in.
we'd be
the-
down
No.
to 99.0. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, 2020.
No, we did
Earlier, we're
earlier,
We're
only
in
down
the-
through
We're in the teens.
1480 is the last, up to 1480 on the
Or this
first
top
page,
one?
yeah.
1240, 1310.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
And
And then
then,
the second page goes into page 2, 7, 9, and 10.
We're on page 2 for the 1480 codes.
right, so the only thing we really didn't do was the undistributed, which we can do now.
What code, Jill?
In the 9,000s, the
9,700.
last, the end of the budget, the last two pages.
Jill, while we're getting there, do you want to describe undistributed?
Yeah, so, don't like the title of it, but it's a state given title. So undistributed, so these are district-wide expenses for such things as pension plans, social security, payroll and benefits, workers' compensation, life insurance, unemployment benefits, Medicare, health insurance. Health insurance has gone up 5% on us this year, the premium. It was a big ticket item. That's around close to 700, close to, I know that the change there is only 462 or around there, maybe a little less, but that's because we have people going in and out with benefits, getting new people, losing people, dropping off, so it gets affected in different ways. We also have bargaining unit contracts that contribute towards the health insurance, so that can fluctuate. And then we also have, our retirement incentives, so anything that we're paying out for retirement incentives that people are leaving this June and then next June, which we have a offer on the table for that. And then we have all of our indebtedness, right? So our bond coupon, EPC payments, principal and interest and so forth.
So I know this occurs at the end of the day when you put a lot of your mental capacity into our instructional program, our staffing, but you can see that this makes up a large portion of our budget. This is particularly when it comes to employee benefits, along with salaries, those are the top two expenditures we have in the district. A lot of them, as Jill said, are tied to contractual matters. So it's unless you're cutting or reducing staff associated with those benefits are going to be tied directly to the number of staff.
And we do get something back from that, right? The indebtedness that we're paying, the 2.6 million, or is.
So as far as the debt and interest and principal go, yeah, we have building aid that comes back to the district. Which now that we don't have a power plant in our district, we do get a higher amount of aid, but it's just on that part of our expenses.
Doesn't nearly make up the gap.
No.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
No, I don't want to give that impression, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that
Yes.
because it is a higher aid ratio now that we don't have the plant in town.
And it would follow the following year, same thing as anything else that we would get, right?
Normally when the project is completed and all the paperwork is signed.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
once the project becomes completed, So like this $30 million project that was going on right now, that aid won't flow to us until that project is finished. Final cost reports are submitted and we can start, there isn't a mechanism to start early aid, but it's, we only have a small part of the project done right now. The bigger part of the project hasn't even started yet,
So they don't allow us to bill in a phased way, even though that's how we're doing the project. It has to be completely done.
Well, the first phase will be done and then we can file the final cost reports
Okay.
for the 7.5 million, but
Yeah.
the larger part happens to be the second half, so.
Yeah. We have explored, do we request early aid payment from the state? They
Right.
rarely give it out. But this is another one of those areas where
We might be needy, more needy than somebody
Yeah,
else.
we advocate.
We might
We're
be,
advocating
Jill,
for the
we're
state.
really needy.
But no, it is definitely something on our radar. And it also is an indication, we often talk about the school district as a system. The business office plays a key role in accessing that aid. There are districts out there that have failed to submit those final cost reports and they lose out on a number of dollars of aid. So it's again, a very complex part of our overall system and requires people to have really good eyes and attention on it.
Mike, could
Yes.
we include this as our ask to the state as part of our advocacy to move up our
We always
request
could,
for aid?
that could be a specific item. It's,
Is it something we would want to do? Just to
Yeah,
get that money
Yeah,
sooner
so
rather
the,
than
well, the
later?
first part of this project happens to be done, like finishing up right now, so we're
Right.
gonna be filing for that aid anyway.
Okay,
But the next part could be something, by the time we get like halfway through it, perhaps we could,
because all the
advocate for
contracts
some
are
then.
ready. We just have to start the actual
So the
construction.
contracts are all getting approved today.
Right. Exactly.
For phase
there are
two.
resolutions to approve the
So
contract.
we are moving through that process. So if we wanted to,
That's
we
true.
could, because we do have a lot of advocacy coming up with the state. So if we want, I don't know if it's something we want to try and let's add more.
We can always ask, right? It's like, can you help,
Right.
please
But
help?
we have very specific asks with the governor's office right now that we're taking to them. Before we actually lose the opportunity to have them on the phone, is this a bullet point that we can add to? PS, can we submit this early?
Yes.
So
Okay,
there's
well,
a
let's-
downside to submitting, well, not a downside.
Remember, there's
You tell
always
us if
positives
it's-
and negatives to
So,
school.
yeah, so
Yeah.
it's
We
not
do get it.
necessarily a downside, but
Just don't
what
lose the
happens
window.
is, once the aid starts to flow, it also affects our tax cap.
Okay,
Oh,
So-
boy. Okay,
I'll just say.
okay.
okay.
I mean, it's already pretty low. It's already pretty bad, so we don't want to mess it up for next
Well,
year.
you wanna try to keep it at an even amount, because then, you're not, you're having ebbs and flows that you don't wanna have, so. There's an upside and downside to getting it early and getting it evenly, so, yeah.
If you want it early, let us know.
If I need help, yeah.
We have a meeting next week with the state.
Mhm.
And if we have a very specific bullet points of asks of assistance that we want from them,
Yeah, well, we're not in the right time frame right
Right,
now to
okay.
start it.
then we won't do it right now. That's what I'm. Okay, but if for the future.
Yeah.
We can talk. Okay, great. Always thinking ahead.
Any more questions on our undistributed? Okay, we'll move to interfund transfers. So this is fancy term for debt. That is in the 9901 realm. So it's
What is that, 99?
last page of the goldenrod.
What is that? Let me see.
Last page.
Last funds.
Oh, transfer to other funds?
Yes.
That's for our extended school year program. It's the general fund, the general operating fund, the budget that we're voting on, has to support 20% of our extended school year program, in the summer. So, that the state gives us aid 80%, up to 80%, and it's not on everything, it's only on certain things, but 20% of that budget has to be supported by the general fund. So that's what that is.
So that's one specific line item.
Yeah.
Next, we'll go to undistributed expenditures, insurance benefits, and debt services. So we addressed some of these, but we'll go back to our 9,000 series.
Okay, I just kind of went over those.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
okay.
Mike, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
9732. I don't think we have.
There's two different, I didn't mention the pension, there's just two different pension plans, one's for the, non-instructional, one's for instructional. The non-instructional pension plan seems to get a higher contribution than instructional, so that's actually a good thing, because, the instructional budget was much higher, so.
So prior to going to public comment, and we are a little ahead of schedule, so in terms of when we notify the public, there'd be another public comment period. But I think we'll be okay. Are there any questions on any line items that we did not address in the categories that we had? Is there something we need to revisit before we wrap up this and move to public comment?
We did talk about the bus
Okay,
proposition
great.
while you were gone.
Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to the next couple of items on our slide deck, we would move to public comment.
Carmen, do we have anybody signed up for the next comment?
We know those. We know.
Okay,
Okay.
so then we are moving on.
Just a few more slides.
Oh, okay. Sure, go right ahead.
So, for the board, we will be providing to you prior to the next meeting, financial projections. We are going to build a projection that has the opportunity for numbers to be plugged in, to change various scenarios that will impact future projections, obviously expenditure side, revenue side, use of fund balance. In that, the concept remains the same, and that concept is the first two indented bullets. That it tends to be when we look at a higher levy tax increase, that may buy you more time to extend the fund balance that we have through the tax mitigation fund, and may require fewer cost-cutting measures. Whereas a lower tax levy increase would probably use up the fund balance quicker and may require more cost-cutting measures. A note about the higher tax levy increases. What you may see over a 10-year period, particularly if you get to the higher ends of tax levies, is you may see an opportunity to replenish that fund balance, but it will not be for any long-term period of time. In other words, the 20 some odd $1 million we have in the fund balance that has been allocated to mitigate the impact of the tax levy increases associated with the loss of Indian Point, we'll never get back to that point. We know that reserves, particularly in a tax cap era in school districts, that tax cap is in place for school districts not to use reserves. And again, this is those one size fits all, and we as Hendrick Hudson do not fit in that one size fits all. So that is also part of our advocacy, talking about different ways that you can perhaps change or re-implement the tax cap configuration for Hendrick Hudson. That's a key component of our advocacy. When we do those future projections, just a few business rules, and we'll have this available for the board, but just giving you a preview of what's to come. We anticipate that our appropriation increases, and appropriations are just expenses, are costs. We anticipate those individual costs that Jill referenced in the white section of our budget. So that would be equipment, debt and interfund transfers, textbooks, workbooks, BOCES, salary, tuitions, all those costs. We anticipate each year those fluctuating between increases of 1% to 5%. We anticipate with those individual lines of cost increasing 1% to 5%, that our yearly budget increases total will be 3% to 6%. And why would those be different? Well, you could have contractual obligations for salaries that may go up a certain percentage, but it has a large impact on the overall budget calculation. The tax levy increases will play out to show how those different years come to play. So we will try to give you our best estimate of what tax levy increases will need to look like. And just a reminder that when we look at projections, they're as accurate as the paper they're printed on or the PDF they're on, because any variable will change all the other variables. So they're our best guess that we are going to try to provide you. Projections give business officials a little bit of a racing heart, not Jill, she's steady under pressure. But, we always strive to be accurate in everything we do, and projections inherently are inaccurate, but they'll be our best guess for them. Best guess estimate based upon our knowledge of school finances and what's there. Going back to reserve, remember, the primary purpose of reserves, in addition to planning for the rainy days, such as we now have set up since 2023, we've set up specific reserves outside of our tax mitigation reserve. We've set up an employee retirement system reserve to be accessed on occasions when our employee retirement system costs are higher. We've set up an employee benefit reserve when we see our employee benefits, such as health insurance, if we get a year when those are higher. So those are projecting future possible costs that we are trying to mitigate ahead of time. But in general terms, the purpose of the reserve is to offset the tax burden that is asked of the local community. In all scenarios that we will provide you, we anticipate running out of our tax mitigation reserve in 3 to 4 years. That's just a general.
Can I just
statement.
correct
Yes,
you for 1 second?
yes,
So
please correct.
it's not just the tax mitigation reserves.
Correct.
It's all of the
Yes.
reserves, even the other ones that you mentioned.
Oh, so Jill's saying that not just the tax mitigation reserve, but all of our reserves using to offset the tax levy will be depleted in 3 to 4 years.
So just to clarify, especially those first two bullets that were indented. If we stick to a higher tax levy, let's say right now, the one that we're looking at.
Current parameter.
Right, our current parameter. Our fund balance lasts maybe the 4 year, out of that 3 to 4 year, right? It could last a little bit longer. And we can maintain most of the program that we currently have. If we are to go lower, then that fund balance money runs out sooner. And I'm looking at it, says we may require more cost cutting measures. So that would be, we can't run program what we have now. We would have to look at making some, if I may require more, like maybe a more drastic cutting of programs or things there.
Because again, we have to go back to that balanced budget scenario.
So
if your revenue goes down, you have to find more revenue or decrease expenses.
And then that would also not even, yeah, I mean, we were just talking about our facilities. We wouldn't be able to make improvements, or we would just be fixing things, not making improvements. It would be, for example, fixing the leaky pipe, not getting new signage. If we don't have money, right? We wouldn't be able to budget for things like that. It's just an example I was thinking of from today. So, okay.
The best way to think of reserves is your household savings account. And when you have the reserves, you may be able to do more without decreasing your home expenses. If you didn't have that, you'd have to dip into your home expenses.
Does anybody else have any?
I think one of the things that we have been very deliberate as a board is just to try to figure out like how long we can have, how much longer we can hold on, right? To kind of just get us to a place that hopefully maybe something that we're doing advocacy works out and somebody says, hey, here's some money. We heard you. You've been coming to us every year, doing all these meetings. Mike's at every single thing that he can be at, right? Like just advocating for us. And I think it's a struggle, right? You go between everything is so expensive right now. People are hurting. They might not want to pay more. They might not want to go for the tax cap. They might say, why should I pay that? But then I think about the fact that what do we know what next year looks like, right? Next year could be, our financial situation in the whole world could be much worse than it is right now. I pray that it's not, but I don't know. Maybe it is. So then how do you go to people then and ask them for money when it's even worse than it is now? And I think it's the balancing act we've been trying to do. What do we do? How long can we hold on? How long can we push out what needs to happen? And I feel like it's just at that point now where there's like, we just have to pick something and say, this is what it's gonna have to be, and kind of just be okay with that, because we don't have a lot of options, right? We don't have a lot of options. It's either we use all the money now, right, and say, hey, guys, we're gonna stay under the tax cap, but next year we have no money. We're starting probably close to zero, and now we can't even think about passing a budget come May of next year without raising your tax cap or the tax levy substantially. So I think it's a juggling act, but I think one of the things as a board we need to do is just try to make sure that we're communicating to people, because I also don't think people watch a lot of these meetings and they're not dialed in like how we're, like we'll spit numbers and people are like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, we talked about it at the last meeting, right? They don't watch these meetings. I think everybody is very, very visual. And I think the same way the state came in 2018, I think it was, and they gave us those projections that everybody's heart just fell once they understood what was gonna happen to Indian Point leaving. I think a realization needs to be sort of put in black and white. And when people say they wanna complain, it's like, please reference this document, right? And then you tell me what you think is best. And I think it's hard for everybody on this board right now, because we wanna do the right thing for the community and we wanna balance everything. But it's an impossible task, and it doesn't matter what we decide to do, there's still gonna be someone that's gonna be mad, or someone that's gonna say, you shouldn't have done this, or you should have. It's an impossible task, and we just need to, as a group, collectively, the way I run my budget in my house is how I would, I would go forward with anything that I'm doing, but I think everybody needs to think that through and just figure out what feels right for them.
So I have a few things to say that kind of tacks on to what Tamika said. First off, I want to just address the fact that the last couple of years, at least as long as I've been involved on the board, there's been tremendous action amongst the board and the district to bring the community back to peace, which is huge, because I think we're finally at a place where we're talking about productive things and good conversations, and the emotions of COVID and Princeton Plan and all that stuff kind of died down, and we're finally at a good place. And the last thing that I would like to see is the community in a huge upset over a high tax levy. But with that said, it's not necessarily all at the discretion of the board. And I think that's why the board is so focused on having 2 to 3 to 4 year projections, because we want the community to see, okay, so we think that going higher and making it so that the next 3 years is a bit more stable, or whatever it looks like when the projections are done, that's what we think. But after our last meeting, and I think if the community could see that, it would be easier to articulate. After our last meeting, I would say that everybody on the board has been extremely present and responsive in the community. And I can only speak for myself in that I did speak with many people from different corners of town. People with children, people without children, people with high incomes and people with low incomes, and people who believe in X, Y, and Z, and that people that, no matter what, they're upset. And I think we can only do as much as what we think is right. But then there's a point where it comes to listening to the community. So while I might personally think that we should go to 8 or 10% this year, so that there's less of a cliff in a few years potentially, and I want to see those projections to feel better about it, I don't think the community wants that. So what I think is right and what the community wants are two different things. And technically, for this budget, we could throw the entire energy stabilization reserve at it. We can go super low, you can do that, and then next year the tax levy will be X. And I think it would be really great to have a formulated projection that's not 100% accurate, but that you can see if you blow the whole reserve this year or over the next 2 years, this is what you're looking at. I mean, eventually between efficiencies, cuts, programmatic changes, and raising taxes, we will get to where we have to go. And I think the consensus that I at least have heard is that everybody just wants us to do our best to make it gradual. So whatever that means, I support it. So I'm willing to sit here and say that what I personally would want for me is not necessarily what I think is right for the community. And I think that having these conversations are really important so that we can, add another meeting, do the work, get together and see like really where do we feel comfortable? Because at the end of the day, we need a budget to pass. Every year we need a budget to pass. And the fact that people out there are, harping on the tax cap, we are always likely gonna have to go over the tax cap. So, I think it's great, and it's, the whole point of my little spiel here is just to say that I'm really grateful that the board is transparent and collaborative and willing to take feedback and willing to listen to what we're hearing in the community. And if you're listening now, send more feedback, because we still have time to figure it out. And, I'm willing to rethink my position on the tax levy, for sure. But I also need to know what that means next year for my fellow sailors.
So Jill and I will work on getting a plug and play spreadsheet of projections available to the board. To your point, Alexis, when you talk about the tax cap is a formula that does not fit Hendrick-Hudson. And I'll just reiterate that it's meant for districts that did not lose a quarter of their revenue source. And if you go back to, I looked at a projection from 2018 saying that by this point in time, if Indian Point was still operating, it would have accounted for 30% of our annual revenues.
Yeah. Well, everything is increasing,
Right.
so
We would have
there's
increased.
more revenue needed to cover that.
Yeah, I wanna piggyback off what Alexis and Tamika said. This has not been easy for any of us because a lot of times we are really trying to think of what is best for this community. That is always where our minds are at, and that is how we make decisions and digest every single piece. And we're constantly asking for more and more and more. So we appreciate to the team as well, for all of the time that has been going in, the late nights, us asking for things and you guys working on providing that. And I wanna also say, like, I think one of the things I love the most right now is not a single one of us is so far into ourselves that we think because we made a decision, that's the decision that needs to be made. We are listening to the community. We are very collaborative. There's so much productive conversation that has been going around this. And regardless of anything, I just want to say, like, I'm thankful for this board right now, because of the thoughtfulness that is going into every decision that is being made. Do you have any more of your presentation?
Sure. Craig, do you want to skip the next slide and go to the next slide? Just shows projections. We're going to revisit how we're presenting those to you. So we'll update that if you want to go to the next one, Greg. So just a quick overview. Obviously, when it comes to the budget adoption, we will go into more detail on this, but this is our initial blush at the budget proposition. I'm sorry, the ballot. Blush or brush? Sorry. Blush. I do not wear blush. This is our best guess at what we think the ballot proposals will be when our voters come out to vote on May 19th. We will have, of course, that should not say budget levy, that should say the budget proposition. The Hendrick-Hudson Free Library budget will be on there as well. There will be 2 board openings. I'm sorry for the format, that it should be another bullet itself. And then you had already talked about the bus bond, which will be a separate ballot. So you would vote, an informed vote, hopefully, on each one of those separate measures. We do not have any measures that are tied to each other at this point in time, nor is our intention to tie any of those measures together. So they would all be separate ballot measures that you could vote on.
I must have missed it. What is the bus bond?
It's gonna be in presentation and discussion. It's on the agenda for this afternoon.
Coming up today.
It's next.
What are we asking for?
So you're asking for approximately $700,000.
It's approval to finance buses if we need to purchase them.
It's-
And it's also this was the lift conversation we were talking about with Andy before.
Yeah. But are we buying more buses?
There's a replacement plan in place for buses that we own and then buses that we need to get to start our EV fleet.
Right.
Right, so it's a combination. We know we have about 10 years to put that EV fleet in place. So like earlier, we were talking about the two that are on order, we haven't even received them.
Right.
So, I mean, we have to keep planning though for that. So the authorization is only to allow us to buy the buses when either they become available or we need to replace ones that we have.
Yes.
Whether it's gas or electric. And that will be flexible depending on what our needs are. But it doesn't mean we're going out to borrow that money.
Right.
It's
Just
only
give us
authorization to do that. Yeah,
just
we
wasn't
have to
sure if there
keep
was a-
that turnover happening.
Yeah.
Or we could lose,
So at this point,
to
if
buy a
we,
bus on a budget, we don't have,
no,
you know.
totally. If we buy more gas buses, is that wasteful?
Well, we have to keep so we're in that place where we're kind of in between, right? So, but right now, when we buy electric buses, we get to turn over buses to them or to the
Nicer one.
call them the NYSERDA and they give us
Trade-in.
some sort of, it's like a trade-in, a rebate towards the gas bus versus the electric bus. So that's
Okay.
part of the deal. That's the way they're running it right now. I think things could change too, like, we don't know what that is.
Got it.
And Greg, the next slide, I think that's the last one. Oh, sorry, just as a reminder, we started at the beginning with reviewing our parameters. We've given you a lot of information to digest. These are our current budget parameters. And again, those are subject to change and can change up to board adoption on the 7th. Any questions? And that last bullet line is just there that we want to get the individual tax rates out as soon as possible, but at this point in time, it cannot be calculated.
What?
So the tax rate that individual homeowners might have.
Well, we have to get final assessments and final equalization rates from the state. They're not.
So the community is used to having a spreadsheet that we put up where you can plug in your assessed value and that will show,
That'll come in later
excuse me, that will show you what you can anticipate your taxes to be. We don't have enough information to produce that spreadsheet and share with the community at this time. And then, great. And that's it. So that concludes the line-by-line budget review for the day. I do believe we have additional agenda items associated with the meeting.
We're in a regular meeting.
Sorry.
What?
Would anyone like to pull anything from the consent agenda?
No.
Motion, can I ask for a motion to approve the
Motion
consent
to
agenda?
approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second?
All in favor? Okay, and then that brings us to that resolution under new business, which is the bond proposition to purchase various school buses, vehicles, and acquisition, installation of garage equipment for $775,000. Do I have to read this?
Right, go down a little bit more so they can see the wording for the, keep on going. One more. There, right there.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the bond proposition for,
No, she doesn't read all that. No, I'm sorry.
so notice is further given that a bond proposition is,
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
all in favor. Okay, so we can see again there that it is asking not to exceed the estimated cost of $775,000 to be used for, as Anthony mentioned earlier, that second lift so that they can be more efficient and replacement buses. So this will appear on the ballot on May 19th as one of the
And I have to get
propositions.
that in the papers, by April 3rd.
By April 3rd? Okay, so this
Well,
was,
before April 3rd, that's when it has to be
Okay.
published, the publication has to be.
so
in the
before
paper.
April 3rd, this has to be in. So anybody have any questions or comments on this one? Okay, so I'm gonna, anybody, you guys have,
Anybody have a question?
anybody have a question?
Okay, ladies.
Sorry.
Yeah, anyone have a question or comment on this?
Discussing
Yeah,
So like, I have a question.
yeah.
You go out to the community with this bond proposition all the time. Why can't you go to the community and ask for an athletic field? And if they say no, well, okay, they don't want it. But why can't you do that? I mean, it seems like ridiculous. The whole community is complaining about fields. Why don't we ask them if they want to support a bond for it?
Well, that would be a capital project.
You,
Okay, so you'd have to
you go
vote
through
on.
the capital project process on
No,
that.
you can do that.
Like, I just don't understand. We ask for $1 million every year for a bus.
Sure, there can be propositions for other things, yes.
What's
Just-
the next year? Let's do some new fields, it's up. Right?
One thing
No,
at a
it's
time,
serious. It sounds like
guys.
she's
But for
getting
now,
serious
but for
budget.
now.
I'm just
No,
thinking
it's
out
getting
loud
serious
as I'm
now.
sitting here.
I
Like,
would vote yes.
they can vote no.
Right.
They get the opportunity to speak to
Right, like
that
maybe
specifically.
being more specific about how to use the
You know,
money
Yes, I
is
could
the way
absolutely.
to go.
support that.
It's an easy way to find out where the pulse is on a particular topic. Rather than just saying, give us more money in taxes. Right?
How do we feel about
Correct.
Does the community want, I mean, like, I think one time Yorktown or Lakeland or somebody went out and they actually gave like multiple options for their, for their capital project. They said, do you want option A? Do you want option B? Do you want option C? I don't know why we're not asking. Anyway, just my thoughts, but I'm cool with this.
Thank you, Alexis. Don't add to the cake.
Take your notes.
Maybe not today. Maybe
So
I
does
should-
anybody have any questions on this particular bond?
No.
We do not.
Alec would like to ask for a motion to approve.
Motion to
This proposition?
approve the bond proposition as stated. Second.
All in favor? But I do agree with you. I think that would be a great idea and we can maybe talk about that in our facilities and see how we can do that. Okay, at this time, we do not need to move into executive session, so I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn this very fun Saturday meeting.